Yeah, Will, you didn't make it up this time. We
Hello,
beat
hello,
you.
hello.
Will's all excited he got up first last time. he failed this time. Just saying. How you doing, Smokey?
I am doing great, and there is all kinds of exciting stuff happening, I'll tell you.
Ooh, nice. Looking forward to hearing about that from you guys. Will, you made it, didn't you? Okay, he'll answer eventually. All right.
Yeah, I made it to speaker.
Yeah, that's all I have allowed so far.
And then I went with stuffing the nest, and now you've pulled me back over here. So, yeah, there we go. I'll just take my co-host, say good day to Smokey, and then I'll go finish packing the nest. How are you, mate?
I am doing great, and as you can tell from our chatter in the back channel, things are busy. Yeah, we've got a lot to cover tonight. I'm sure you've got a long list, and we've got more oil stuff happening. There's all sorts of stuff going on, and I think the word of the night, as it kind of has been for a few days, is going to be logistics. But I'm going to go ahead and let Prince do the timestamp, but I'll say to everybody else first, good morning, Kyiv.
Yes, good morning, Kyiv. Let's go ahead and do a timestamp. Where did that? On Ass Hill in the UK, it is 6:01 a.m. on Sunday, May 31st. And in Wankum, Germany, it is 7:01 a.m. At the pirate ship in Ukraine, it is 8:02 a.m. In the Workers' Paradise of Hangover Bay, Australia, it is 1:02 p.m. On the Kinki Expressway in the Osaka, Japan area, it is 2:02 p.m. In Peculiar Knob in Australia, it is 2:32 p.m. In Jackass Flat in Australia, it is 3:02 p.m. Then in Come By Chance, Newfoundland, it is 2:32 a.m. I'm going to repeat what I did yesterday, and I'm going to go with this one. St. Louis du Haha, Quebec, it is 1:02 a.m. And in Eyebrow, Saskatchewan, it is 12:03 a.m. And then in Head Smashed in Buffalo Jump, Alberta, Canada, it is 11:03 p.m. still on May 30th. And then in Mayo, as in mayonnaise in the Yukon, it is 10:03 p.m. In Beaver, Alaska, it is 9:03 p.m. Alaska, where Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house. She stalks me, and that's none of that is good. So there is your quick timestamp for you. It sounds like you guys have a lot to go through, so take after it.
I think we're going to be able to fill 2 hours, Will. I think it's pretty certain at this point. What are you bringing with you tonight? What's on your to do? Let me know what that is, and then you can continue stuffing the nest, and I'll start going down through my nightly list here. Well,
I think he's still stuffing the nest.
He's stuffing the nest. So let's go over. Let's give you guys a quick overview of the things that I'm looking at. World politics. There's, as the situation on the ground in Ukraine proper along the battlefield starts swinging sharply against the Russians, and with the increasing strikes and upset to the Russian economy and the now affecting the citizens in St. Petersburg and Moscow. There are noises coming from inside of the Kremlin suggesting that Putin is going to try to take some steps to escalate. Now, so we're not certain at this point. There isn't really a lot of discussion. This is stuff that's coming out of the Atlantic, some discussion inside of the Atlantic Council, that there is an expectation that in an effort to try to reclaim initiative, the Russians may try to put something together. Now, what that will look like in the current climate, I'm not certain, but we can dig some more into that discussion later on during the segment. Zelensky is pressing the U.S. for more Patriot missiles. They are not apparently coming as rapidly as they should, even with the announcement that Poland is going to be permitted to start assembling PAC-3 Patriots. That's still, at the very least, we're looking at that being months, if not years away, before they were to be able to be a reliable supply. So that's one thing that continues to be an issue, especially with the threatened mass attacks that Ukraine is expecting, where the Russians have been using disproportionate numbers of ballistic missiles and capable cruise missiles in their attacks against Ukrainian civilian targets. There was an announcement that Saab is considering opening a Gripen fighter jet assembly plant in Canada, specifically to build the aircraft for Ukraine. And so this was actually announced yesterday. There is still a continuing fallout over the attack that happened inside of Romania with a Russian drone striking an apartment building. The Romanian government has closed the consulate in, I think it's with Bati, and so that there are some political repercussions that are happening. We'll see how much more of that happens over the coming weeks, but there's a certain amount of question that's being asked existentially with NATO, is that they put together these protocols as to what they would do if they were increasing incursions by Russian hardware into across NATO borders. And the question now is being put to NATO. So it's happened. What are you going to do about it? And so we're not certain where that discussion is going yet. Russian strikes on Ukraine. There's still the daily round of attacks that are going on. On the night of the 29th and 30th, last night, there was at least 11 people injured, including two children. There was apparently a trolley depot got hit and multiple apartment buildings. They struck Nikopol on the 29th, and there were 5 people killed and 19 wounded. So Russia continues to be continues to unashamedly attack civilian targets.
No doubt, including the railway station at Shockley in Sumy, and then just recently in the last 4 hours, more strikes on Kharkiv.
Yeah, so
but nothing like the big, massive drone and missile attack of hundreds and tens of missiles and hundreds and thousands of drones, if you will.
Yeah, so we'll wait and see. They may be stacking things up again for another mass attack like they did a week or so ago. So I'm going to trust Zelensky and the Ukrainian MOD's instinct on this. And, my recommendation to all of my friends, in Ukraine, keep your ear to the radio or to your phones for the alerts, and make sure that you've got your go bag ready to get into shelter. Something may be happening, and with increasing anxiety on the part of the Russian government, this becomes more likely rather than less. In terms of Russian politics, boy, there's some pretty strange. This is actually Absurdistan level stuff. The Russian foreign ministry has accused Ukraine of donating children to the U.S. and the EU for organ harvesting and adoption by LGBT families. What in the hell is that about?
Well, it's on form, isn't it? I see we've already got a couple of hands before we got into all of our news summary. But thanks for those. I don't know what that is. It's just they'll come out with the most outlandish lies they can because it's just sport to them now. I see Heimar's time has joined us, and then Karen, and then I'll talk about the two major oil strikes.
Outstanding.
Hi, good evening. Hi, Jeff. Hi, Will. Hi, everybody. Long time no see. But anyway, a couple of comments on a couple of things in the nest. Well, first of all, you were talking about the Gripens being made in Canada or assembled there. I don't know if anybody's aware of it, but there's apparently the U.S. has some sort of right of refusal on the jet engines that the Gripen used to be
the GE engines, yeah,
to be installed in Canada, and Trump has already said that he's going to block that. So interestingly enough, this actually has some history. Biden was the first one to block it, and he did it twice. And Trump said he's probably going to follow suit. So I don't think that's going anywhere unless that legally.
Well, it's going to take them a long time to build that factory anyway.
Yeah,
and, if they need to retool it for another engine en route, they can do that if they're bound and determined to build a factory in Canada, because they want to eat at least half of that contract for F-35s up, and hopefully have a go at the other half, right?
Yeah, and also the U.S. is going to sue Canada for unless they don't cancel their 38 F-35A order. But anyway, so that's all a mess. The other thing I wanted to...
They should take them. They should take them and then just resell them.
I'm sure Rolls-Royce would be happy to build.
Well, Rolls-Royce is working on it, but the problem is, and Rolls-Royce even stated the other day, to make an engine for, redo the cowls and everything that needs to be redone on the Gripens and everything, and recertify the plane will take 10 years. They wouldn't fly until,
even when there's a war on. You don't reckon they can?
So,
even when there's a war on.
Yep.
I don't believe that time frame. I really don't.
Well, we'll see.
For exactly exactly the reason you said, Will.
Well, we'll see what happens. But anyway, the other thing I wanted to mention is I'm wondering what your guys' thoughts are on this Ukraine allowing, unless this is some sort of psyop, this makes no sense, allowing CNN into the Prisma Center where they're monitoring all the drones going over Russia and everything like that, and basically their top.
No doubt.
Yeah, I mean, so it's a very famous reporter, if you know him. I forget his name too. So all the electronics that a film crew carries, it all has phone home technology. They all have GPS. They don't want to lose track of the equipment or the people. So I'm sure hoping that at the very least, Ukraine was smart enough to take all their cell phones and leave them 15 miles away somewhere, in a box, a lockbox somewhere, and make sure all the home shit was turned off before they filmed that. Because I guarantee you, Russian agents are all over this, backtracking those devices, and hacking them and to get those coordinates. I mean, that's about the stupidest thing they could have done. So, that's just my opinion.
I agree. I was a bit flabbergasted when I saw especially the front up display, the full frontal
Yep, yep,
of it, of the Prisma outline, with the
yep.
title Operation
Steel
Steel
Horizon.
Horizon.
Yeah,
That if that's a mock-up for a display for the United States audience benefit, or yeah, I don't know. I would be flabbergasted if they let them in to use to uh, get an oversight
yep.
of the entire
Exactly.
system.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. This is some sort of psyop by Budnov. So yeah, I'm sure it looks similar, but it's got to be some sort of psyop or a trap.
I'll believe it when he comes out and says, "Yeah, that's the Prisma system. That's the one we built with
Yeah,
Palantir, but we've got our own now."
yeah. Well, no, that is so. It's very well known that the Prisma was built by Palantir exactly for this.
Oh, I know, and
Yeah,
and that's why I said
yeah,
I'd like to hear him say, "Yeah, that's the one that was built with Palantir.
yep,
We've got our own now, so we're happy to share
yep.
that one."
So we'll see.
Yep. Thanks for asking about that. It is incredible. It's, folks, have a look at the display of and the discussion that they put on. CNN does an okay job of giving a very high level, but look at the screens if you know anything about following the drones, and look at the wealth of detail of information that's available for people all in multiple terminals in very secure, bomb resistant shelters, so that it's like the internet. No, you can't knock the whole thing down by knocking out one node. Very impressive combat, intelligence and coordination and control system, possibly that's being shown to the U.S. and Russian audiences to demonstrate, to scare them, or shock them, impress them with what Ukraine is going to use on you in the next 3 months. None of that will stop Ukraine using the thing in the next 3 months, but maybe it's a psyop. I don't know, but it's a pretty eye-opening demonstration. Karen, what do you reckon?
Well, I have something else to share. Of course, we all know about those of us that have been following Trump's tariffs know that there's a 50% tariff on Canadian aluminum. Okay? Well, Canada has decided to export it to the EU, if possibly. And it looks like it's going to go that way, even though the EU doesn't pay quite as much as the US used to. But here is what got me in this post. It said, meanwhile, Europe, which was already scrambling after losing its Middle Eastern supply to the Iran war, now faces a 5.6 ton aluminum deficit in 2026. My question is that if Europe was facing a 5.6 million ton aluminum deficit in 2026, why did any of Ireland's the Rusal plant there go to Russia? You would
Let
think
alone 80% of it, right?
right.
So
So some
I
did
agree.
go to Europe,
They should call a
but
force majeure. They should call a force majeure on that contract with Rusal. They're doing it because they say it has to do with the contract terms and everything, and it's fair enough. You can't shut off a contract, but if it violates your sanctions policy, and it comes at a time where a war that you didn't create creates a significant deficit for you, and both of these wars qualify, the contract holder or the authority in Europe should help whoever's call a force majeure, make sure that nationalize that Rusal plant if they don't want to change their contracts. And Russia would take no hesitation whatever if Russia had a critical mineral shortage and there was an enemy plant in their country. They would take not a second thought before nationalizing it. They've done it because they just want stuff. I realize that Ireland isn't an enemy of Russia because they're neutral. But if you want to be neutral, you can't support the arms industry of a country like Russia, especially when the European Union, which Ireland loves to be part of, and loves to all the rules and the protections and everything that it gives them, you got to stand up for your trade bloc. And Karen's exactly right. 5.6 million ton deficit of aluminium. That alumina should not be going to Russia. Full stop. Certainly not 80% of it, and there's no way to prove that it's going into domestic versus military on Russia's side, as they claim, and all the other bullshit about it. The volume lies. I noticed the major press, and Mockers will talk about this in more great detail. The mainstream press has picked up on Mockers and Dan the Shadow Tanker Man. That campaign, as we said yesterday, maybe have a little minor setback with a politician getting on board with the talking points of the Russian government and Rusal, but that was quickly debunked. And the debunking was picked up by the major press outlets, and they smell blood in the water, and it looks like they're going to pursue that now. So, something can and should be done about Rusal exporting alumina to Russia during a war. Hopefully, they'll shut it down due to ethics, but if not, government should step in. Russia is at war with you. If you're hearing my voice right now and you speak English, Russia is at war with you right now. They are. Look at all the demonstrated evidence of Russia committing war acts on all of the liberal democracies around the world, including the remote one I'm sitting in right now in Australia. Dryfly, over to you then, HIMARS, and I see Yenny's. Then Karen, then Yenny's joined us.
Yeah, I was just going to say that you kind of hit on the key reason why it doesn't help Europe to have that alumina as a substitute for the aluminum, is that it's not finished product. What Europe needs is finished ingot, rolled product, that kind of stuff, castable alloys. To get alumina from Ireland and trying to replace it would mean they'd have to have smelters, they'd have to have processing, rolling mills, all that stuff, which they don't have enough of. Canada does. So, in fact, if you were really to do the loop right, you would take the alumina from Ireland, ship it to Canada, process it, and then ship it back. It's my problem with so many of us is that we read the stuff, but we don't know what is really going on. So it's way more complicated than that. And Rusal, God, I hate him. I just hate him. They have been doing this forever, trying to get their plants into places around the world for no other reason other than to use them as political levers locally. If you recall, Rusal were the guys that were trying to do that in Kentucky with McConnell. What is it, about 8 years ago, something like that? They were going to put a
the Deripaska scandal.
Yeah, Deripaska is huge in Rusal. So it doesn't surprise me one damn bit that they're up to it in its eyeballs. When people were asking why Ireland, and it's clear to me when I first read it, it's a money laundering and influence racket is what it is. And God bless Mockers for doing something about it, because it's a follow the money kind of all the president's men type connection, not so much something that makes economic sense. And I'll listen.
Yeah, too true. HIMARS.
I think Jenny and Jeff were before me.
Sorry, okay. Karen, and then Yenny, and then you. Then I got it back.
No, I just want to do a comeback. Thank you for correcting me. Alumina and finished aluminum are not the same thing. But I would offer you another question. Germany is known for its heavy industry. So why aren't there, you're saying that Europe doesn't have plants that do that. Are you sure that Germany doesn't have some capacity?
I would
Yeah,
comment
absolutely.
on that, but
They have some capacity. They don't have near enough.
yeah.
That's really the difference. They don't have close
Okay.
to enough.
So
All right.
the big thing about smelting alumina or aluminum, either one, is it requires massive, and I mean extremely massive amounts of electricity. I'll bet you didn't.
Yeah, it's a fantastic electrolytic process.
Yeah,
It's beautiful.
the aluminum plants in the world. Do you know that they eat 5% of the global electricity requirements?
Yeah, they eat entire outputs
Yep.
from hydroelectric dams.
Right, but there is some good news on the horizon, and this has been not really advertised much, but a year or two ago, GM, Ford, Nissan, state of Oklahoma, DARPA, and the feds decided that they want to make the U.S. Get back into aluminum manufacturing. So in Oklahoma, they're building the world's largest aluminum smelting plant. It's going to be online in December and full production by March of 2027.
Any
They still
Rusal ownership in that?
Huh?
Is there any Rusal or Russian company participation in that?
No. It's all U.S. Like I said, GM, Ford, Nissan's not U.S., but I think it's Nissan USA. And state of Oklahoma, DARPA, the federal government. I think Trump's thrown in a few billion. But here's the thing, though, is that they're building it really fast, but they haven't quite figured out which method they're going to use to power it, to get all that electricity there. More than likely, they're probably just going to drop in one of those brand new mini nuclear plants that fit in a shoebox, if you know what I mean. And they just set one up in Nebraska, I think. But that would be enough power to power it. So, because other than that, the Oklahoma has nothing left on its grid with all the other factories that are there. So, they have to do that fairly quickly.
Well, what I would say is that if that plant is going there in Oklahoma, that would maybe make it understandable why Trump was. I'm not saying he should have done it or that it was a good idea, but he did it. That may be why the 50% tariff on Canadian aluminum. It was probably in preparation for this new plant.
No, there was no thought put into it from Trump. I'm sorry, there wasn't. He wouldn't. He wouldn't know or care. He simply did his punitive tariffs to try to do everybody else. Canada the same way we're doing everybody else, I reckon, Karen.
That probably is more likely. But anyway, there was one other story I wanted to mention, and then I am going to drop off and let other people. We have some exceptionally fine speakers here today. Share their bits. There has been a robot, an American robot, two prototypes serving on the Ukrainian battlefield. Now, these are full humanoid robots, and they have been used for support services. They're not combat robots. They've been doing support things. And it kind of made me cringe because Trump is involved in the company. And I'll tell you what, with Trump, it's a Watergate a day. It's a financial crime here, a financial crime there. It's just overwhelming. But anyway, this robot. So they've worked out fairly well. But I'm looking at this robot and I thought, my gosh, they could probably break the thing down and use some of those circuits, you know, to put into drones. And I just wondered how constructive it was to have something that expensive and elaborate on the battlefield. And I did a post with a tag on that. And so I am going to shut up. And thanks for enlightening me about the aluminum difference. Thank you.
No worries. Yenny.
Yeah, we kind of moved on from the subject where I was going.
Well, let's
So,
go back,
Well,
my
well,
little
go
field
ahead.
maiden.
Go ahead anyway.
I was looking at the numbers this morning when I first woke up, and I do hope that Canada buys half and half of Gripen. I don't remember the exact numbers, but they were. I don't think that they should take just Gripen, and there's a reason for this. Um, the more, because I had a discussion also yesterday about this. The fact that you have more platforms will make it so that your enemy has to build a product, build their own version that can counter all the different ones. So if you have two different aircrafts, fighter jets in your arsenal, that's better than having just one. I know I thought about this when Sweden first joined NATO, and then there was like it's not a Swedish paper, but I don't even remember where it was from, saying that they thought that Sweden should buy F-35s so that the Nordics would have a um, cohesive unit of just F-35s to fight an enemy. And I'm like, well, that is really fucking stupid, because if Sweden continues with Gripen and then you have F-35s, then Russia would have to have something to counter both of them. And we all know they're not that smart. So, and in Europe, we have actually four. If we just count this generation, we have four different platforms. You have the Typhoon Eurofighter, depending on which country you're in. Then you have the French ones, and then
You
you
got
have the
Rafale,
Swedish.
and then you got
Yeah,
F-35, and then you got the Gripen. Yeah.
exactly. And Russia needs to be able to counter all four. Otherwise, where one fails, the other one will go in.
But more importantly, from a military standpoint, if you have fighter aircraft that can play a specific role for you that you don't want to have the F-35 play, it's very valuable to have that extra sort of tactical move in the bag for yourself. Really, it'll come down to, though, what's the operating hour? Well, what's an operating hour of a Gripen cost versus an F-35? And if you're planning on doing short range air defense only of your country, Gripen the size of Ukraine, it's plenty. It's plenty good aircraft. If especially if you wanted to demonstrate that you only had a defensive force, if you will. But the F-35 has a lot more offensive, defensive capabilities, if you know what I mean. They can, if a
Yeah,
war starts, they're probably more ground attack, more deep penetration. But for defending Ukraine and getting us through the end of the war and keeping Russia out of Europe, I disagree with Thomas Tyner and agree with you. I mean, I think most of what stuff he says is right, but the end of the day, it's the fighter aircraft that we can get in theater in the hands of Ukraine in the soonest amount of time as possible. When that was the F-16 alone, great, but it wasn't, and we had to, and we did get the Mirage 2000s and more MiG 29s and stuff. But so I think the Gripen is a superb addition, and I hope they accelerate the delivery of the E's and accelerate the building of the E's so that they can deliver all the C's and D's maybe in 10
yeah.
months, but get them all there quick in one big punch.
Fan fiction.
Well,
Fan.
well, well. So I have looked, and the Swedish plant has already built 16 of the E variant, So the 16 that we have on standby to transfer to Ukraine are probably exactly that. They're on standby, waiting for the go ahead. I know that the Swedish Prime Minister said, as soon as we have all the export licenses signed, we will transfer them. And that is what the holdup is.
Well, here's my fan fiction. Carney comes back at the U.S. saying, "Well, you need to buy F-35s," and Carney says, "Sure, sign the export licenses, and we'll do it." I think
I hope so
would be a
too.
swap.
Yeah, I hope so too. I hope that Canada comes back with, we will buy, because I think that the total order was for like 120 or 140 some
Yep.
planes. Uh, I hope that they come back and say, we will buy 60 of your planes and we're going to buy 65 of Gripen, but we're not going to buy a single F-35 unless you sign the export license for Gripen to go to Ukraine. Because I'm willing to bet a lot of money, and I don't have any. Ah, that's actually true. Um, that it is the U.S. that is the holdup, and it is the export license on the engine. And I know that as soon as things start to go south, but designing a plane is not something that takes research and development of a plane. It's not something you do over the weekend.
Of
Unfortunately,
course
I
not.
wish it
But could
was.
Of course not. But could they make minor modification design changes to a fuselage and or an engine to make it fit and work, and then do recertification in 3 to 5 years? Yes, I would hope if there's a war on. If you can't, the Russians are going to win this time. Oh, the
Yeah,
Nazis. Don't tell me. Well, I mean, I'm surprised the Americans aren't saying this. Ever since J.D. Vance was talking down America, what it can't do as far as building 105 millimeter ammunition shells, I'm, I just, I'm like, what happened to America? What happened to the America that don't tell them how fast they can build something that's going to work and win a war? I mean, the ramp up in the United States in that 1938 through 45 period was a thing to behold. Overcome all obstacles, get aligned on a vision of where you want to go, and power forward. Knocking out, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but knocking out like a B-24 Liberator a day, right? At its peak. So I just can't believe this bullshit about what Europe and what America can't do as far as industrial and military production.
It's a
well,
matter of
I personally hope that they continue to feed that belief to the Russians that we can't turn around and make changes. Obviously, we can. It's a matter of willpower. It's the same thing when
yes.
I'm trying to get my son out of the bed in the morning. It's not the fact that I can't get him up. The fact is, I don't have the right incentive for him to wake up, because going to school the last 2 weeks of high school is not incentive enough. That's as easy as it is. We have the incentive to make it go faster. We just don't want to let Russia know. Let them believe whatever the
And
fuck
that's
they want
cool.
to believe.
I hope that there are a lot of countries doing stuff in secret without any ballyhoo, but are taking the threat seriously. But this continual, when something comes up, oh no, that'll take too long. It'll take this, that, the other thing that I keep hearing. Don't tell me what a capitalist, a liberal democracy tied to a free market economy can do with regard to productivity and destroying an enemy, authoritarian enemy, with regard to outbuilding them, out innovating them, and out fighting them. Frankly, it's just the defeatism that gets caught up in the world. The thing that has to take place is the European entity or individuals in each country need to get a grip on that Russia is at war with them, and then have the initiative to start doing something from their country's perspective uh, to address the threat, and whether that's helping Ukraine more, whether that's building out infrastructure, whether that is using their hybrid activities to attack Russia, whatever it is. And people need to get their head around the fact that war is already upon Europe, and stated openly by Dmitry Medvedev yesterday. I would say, Dryfly.
Yeah, on the timeline, you're exactly right. It's not going to take 10 years to get an engine in an existing Gripen switched out. It'll become a different variant. It won't be exactly the same. You can't just like plug in exactly a whole new engine into the box. It's not like dropping in an engine into a car and under a shade tree. But
Come on, it's like dropping a 350 short block into
right,
where a fourth, what it used to be.
But I've actually been in some of these aerospace plants. Okay, I actually sold components to it. I sold Israeli investment castings, aluminum investment castings, to American aerospace companies that then put them in Boeing and Airbus. Okay, so I toured a lot of those plants and I saw the timelines and I understood it. HIMARS is exactly correct. If it's a peacetime and it's an understaffed and everybody does waterfall project management, and by that I mean, you have a task, it sits on your desk for a month until you get to it, and then when you get it done, you ship it to the next guy where it sits on his desk for a month before he gets it done. And almost all of the waiting time in this slow process is in queue. It's the whole project length timeline is eaten up by queue. It's not actually eaten up by work. If you look at how much of the actual time that project takes and is work, it's like less than 1%. The rest of it is all queue, waiting for approval, waiting for sign off, waiting for someone to decide. But if you actually collapse it, put it into a cellular design team, you can do it shockingly quickly. And the reality is that Sweden has already done that with weapon systems. They've taken stuff that would have taken the U.S. in peacetime probably 6 or 8 or 10 years to develop, and they've gotten them into Ukraine in something like 8 months. Okay, now it's not as complicated as an engine, but they didn't have to put the resources into it like you put into an engine too. So having done this myself, and again, I wasn't the engineer who did the work. I was the engineer that was nagging those bastards to get the work done, because as soon as they got the work done and the parts start flowing, I would get commissions. So I lived and breathed those timelines. They absolutely can collapse those timelines if you could shorten the approval process by just making people make decisions quicker. And there's no incentive for the U.S. to do that because we're currently making the engines. But U.S. doesn't have to sign off on it. The guys who would have to sign off on the new engine would be Gripen or the Saab and the Gripen design team, and it'd be the Ukrainians and Canadians who are buying the product. The Americans can stuff themselves because they're not going to be the ones buying the product, and they're even less relevant now because we're so uninvolved in NATO that we don't even really have the muscle to go and say, well, you have to take this slow process because it has to be NATO compliant. We're quickly getting to the point where the U.S. won't even be considered as part of that decision-making process. I mean, it's just shocking to me sitting here in my old age to see how we've transitioned from when I was a child. But the reality is that's where we're at. And I'll listen.
We got too many people getting into trying to turn relationships transactional. It's also a lot of the zero-sum thinking that's taken over the spirit of the Republican Party. But
can I jump in one? Because you had another thing that I didn't bring up. My guess is that all of these export licenses will get signed off the minute it becomes clear to the lobbyists in Washington that they really are going to start making engines that are not going to have U.S. content in them. When they find that, those export licenses will get signed snap. And I'll listen.
Yeah, I agree. You have to deliver a certain amount of pain, and that's really what needs to happen. Go ahead, HIMARS.
I was going to say, I kind of agree with that. In this respect, I think Trump might even go for it for a couple of reasons outside of the Gripen and it being Canada. One, the F-35 is in such hot demand, and they are so backlogged with orders. What did somebody say the other day on a space that they have enough orders to, if they stop taking orders right now, they have enough in the pipeline to build at the current rate through 2040. So
Can I speak to
yeah,
that for a minute? Because I've been involved in that,
sure,
and
sure,
that's a lot of those are phantom orders. Okay, anything that
yeah,
isn't more than 5 year out delivery is a
yep,
placekeeper. Okay, I saw that in
could
Boeing
be,
years ago with Boeing because
yep.
we had the same kind of, oh my God, we have orders out for 8 years, 10 years, and then all of a sudden you get a recession and that shit just evaporates. It just goes away
Oh,
in front
I
of you.
know. I know. I worked at Boeing for 15 years,
Yeah,
so
well,
I know.
you know the story. Yeah, so I was supplying the
Yep.
fuel pumps to the 737s and to the base castings that went into the fuel pumps that went to the and we would see our backlog, just go up and up and up until you have a recession, and then the shit just disappears. It just absolutely falls off the table. So I agree with you. There's a lot in the in paper orders, but until you actually see commitments to take them, they will walk away from the down payment. They absolutely will because they've done it in the past. Oh, listen.
Well, that's what Canada's doing now.
Fair enough. Well, Yenny's got her hand back up again, and nothing's burning yet. Normally, when it bleeds or burns, it leads, but we'll get through all these questions eventually, and then talk about some fires. Yenny.
Um, I forgot why I originally put my hand up. It probably had something to do with Gripen. I do know that Sweden has the ability and the capacity to build something on and do it fairly fast, like the air defense system or the anti-drone system. It's called Loke, I believe. Loki for the English-speaking people.
Ah,
Uh, that, but that was they that was actually such amazing ingenuity. So it was the defense forces and I believe Bofors that got together and said, what can we do? What can we build that is fairly cheap and that will do the job at where it's going to be cost efficient? And so the military guys got together with a bunch of engineers and they had two existing systems that were getting to be obsolete and they morphed them into one, Luke. And then it was tested in Poland for the first time when those 19 drones came in over Poland and it did the job it was intended to do. And now it's being sent to Ukraine because they didn't want to send something that they didn't know was going to work at least, somewhat well. It's not like Ukraine has, yes, they have the ability to work and test completely new products, but Sweden didn't want to send something that could turn out to be utter shit. They thought that Ukraine had enough problems on their hands. You didn't need to send like, we think this will work because it worked in our head, and then now we realize it's not going to work. So Luke is, I think it's already in Ukraine. There's some other things that Sweden does that we have sent to Ukraine. And for anybody who thinks that Sweden is this super nice, altruistic country, trust me, we're not. We're just as capitalistic and we want to make money as much as anybody else. Our stuff hasn't really been battle tested. So here's our opportunity for a fairly low cost compared to, Sweden going to war and then testing our shit. We can have our stuff being battle tested and see if they work as well as we thought they would. And so far, the Swedish kit has worked really well. And that meant that Sweden gets more orders from other countries, like the CV90 or the CB90 or Archer. Those are like the three biggest ones that I can think of at the top of my head that have performed better than what even Sweden thought they would do. And regarding the alumina and aluminium, the same bastard owns a plant here in Sweden. And I think it is time that Europe wakes up and smells the goddamn coffee before it turns into a poo fountain sent to us by Russia, and nationalize these plants that that Russian oligarch whose name I didn't even bother to remember. But it's the same oligarch that owns a plant in Ireland, that owns a plant here in Sweden, and probably owns plants all in other places here in Europe. Nationalize them. And when he comes crying and bitching about it, just go, it is in our nation's interest to not have a Russian run one of our plants, regardless of what it is. That way you bypass the whole thing. Oh my God, we're shutting down the plant. We're losing so many jobs, because the Irish town and the Swedish town have the exact same problem. It is the biggest employer in nearby. In Sundsvall, the Kablan or whatever, Kablan, whatever, uh, that plant, it is the biggest employer in all of Sundsvall, which means if you shut that down, you're going to have mass, like a huge mass of people that are all of a sudden become, jobless. And then they can't pay their rent and the economy goes to shit. Nationalize the thing. Sweden does have the money to do this. We can buy it off of him, or we can just do a forced one, because it it's about our nation's security. And it does no good to have a Russian run the
And
the
if I'm not
aluminum
mistaken,
plant.
didn't the Swedish company IKEA abandon its activities in Russia, and then Russia nationalized the physical assets that were left behind to pay a bogus tax bill that they made up during the exit? Is that the state of events?
Yeah, it is. And also a shout out to IKEA. IKEA stopped, like, because we had a factory and the stores in Russia, and IKEA, being the Swedish company it is, it was thinking about the people, and so they did shut down everything, and IKEA continued to pay their salaries. I think it was like for 10 months or something, because they didn't want those people to become paupers and have to go to begging and then end up on the front line in Ukraine. That is what they did. And while IKEA was kind enough to do that, Russia stepped in and nationalized the factory. So they fucked over IKEA. That was actually being quite nice. They didn't have to work.
And so given that precedent of taking that on a book, should not, and I believe Russia has also listed Sweden as an unfriendly country, as they have Australia. I mean, if you can believe it, Australia and Sweden unfriendly. Come on, guys. But they've listed us formally. So to me, it's a reciprocity thing. Sweden should
Yeah.
say, due to the fact that you've listed us as an unfriendly country, XYZ of diplomatic things, and you've nationalized assets of a Swedish company unfairly and without due process. Our response is that we're going to nationalize your Rusal subsidiary here in Sweden, or whatever it is, whichever one it is.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
would be the Norilsk Nickel or something like that. That would be I'd be fully for that. I think that we have to look at those sorts of things.
I agree with you. I think it's bullshit that we haven't done it, that we haven't already done it. It's the same thing. There's a Russian oligarch who, in his defense, I guess, he did not buy the island. It was his wife. So Sweden has 267 some islands off its coast. We have the most islands in the world. Most people think it's like one of those island nations. Nah, it's Sweden. And not all of those islands are large enough for you to be able to live on, but plenty of them are. And I I don't remember the number of islands off the coast, like the Stockholm archipelago. It's gorgeous if you want to go and see something really beautiful. Go there in the summer and watch. and just go on a cruise that just tours the archipelago of Stockholm. It is breathtakingly beautiful. So did a Russian think as well. And so he gave his wife the cash and they bought one of the fucking islands. I don't care about that part. I guess I can live with a Russian oligarch owning one of the goddamn islands. What bothers me is that it's situated at the inlet of the submarine naval base in Stockholm. They can see which ships come and go out of that fucking base. No, we take that motherfucker back. And same with the piece of land where a Russian Orthodox church is situated on. It is so that if you're in the backyard of that damn church, then you have a perfect view of the airport in Västerås, which actually will, if Sweden ends up going to war, it will rearm and refuel Gripen. It will become a military base once again. And right now, the city of Västerås is fighting tooth and nail in order to take back that piece of land from the Russian Orthodox Church. And I hope that they succeed. And then we can go after the damn island in the Stockholm archipelago, take that thing back too, because they said that they don't know what they're building on that island, but it sure doesn't look like a house, which tells me that they have no plans of living there. They're using it as a spy operation. Take that damn island back and take the money too, because they bought it under false pretenses. And then you nationalize the factory. See, and then we're probably going to be dragged into a war with Russia, but at least we have our honor. So this is why I'm not a political leader in Sweden. I would get Sweden into so much trouble with my big ass mouth, and I would have zero regrets when I'm stealing Russian crap from them. Thank you, because fuck Russia.
Thanks, Jenny. Karen, finish up for us.
Well, you were talking about the Gripens for Canada, and I thought there was a poster by the name of Lee Humphrey that brought up some interesting points. Now, Furious George claims this guy is a paid shill, so I don't know how legitimate all his points are, but it was.
With a name like Lee Harvey, come on.
Humphrey. Okay. Anyway, one point he brought up was that the Canadian government would be sued in a very big way. Okay. When the Canadian government did the same thing with the EH-101 purchase, I'm not privy to that. Maybe you know what he's talking about. The Canadian government had to pay $1 billion in compensation to Augusta Westland. You know, the company.
Breach of contract.
Breach of contract. Okay. So he also points out there are companies in Canada that exist solely to provide components for the three variants of the F-35. Well, I thought, yes, this will cost some revenue, but they can retool and provide components for the Gripen. So that didn't really seem like a very strong argument to me. But then it said that the U.S. government would notify Saab, okay, and the government, Saab, Swedish company, and the government of Canada, and that they will veto the export permit for the GE F414 engine, making any sale of the Gripen E to Canada impossible. I didn't understand that. Can you break that down for me?
They're talking about the exact same thing we're talking about from a converse position. They're using the export license for the GE engine that goes into the Gripen as the holding point for a trade on their part. Look, if I was Ukraine, if I was Canada, I would go ahead and take the original 38 F-35s in the tranche that they're supposed to take, along the lines of what Yenny said, and then said, but if you want any further business under this contract, we'll be happy to go to court and say, you're restricting our trade here with the Gripen, so we're going to breach our contract. We're going to punish you in for the F-35 contract. Tie them together. Find a way to tie them together. Smart lawyers can do that, and make it a political issue and negotiate it out. Because otherwise, my opinion is all European nations, Canada, Australia, everybody who owns an F-35, and HIMARS, this is the part I don't understand. If they got orders for 40 years till 2030, 2040, 20 more years, basically, somebody else needs to build a production line. And that production line needs to be outside of America under license, and then claim the same right to repair issues that the United States is trying to claim with regard to defense industry going forward,
So
so you can produce your own parts if necessary,
it's just
and
funny
send them
enough
around
that
and assemble.
that's actually being explored. Believe it or not, Australia is on the table. So is a couple of other countries. So
I mean, it's just unreasonable that you got to wait fucking 20 years for this year's technology. If you do, somebody else needs to build you something in the interim.
Yeah, well,
Well, I think
building the
what you
export
propose
version,
makes a
building the export version will, I bet you, will be offshored eventually.
well. What you said makes a lot of sense. They need to go ahead and purchase what they've agreed to purchase, but going forward, there needs to be a change.
And then I'd sell them to Ukraine.
Oh yes, yes. Now would
they'd be subject to ITAR and all that shit again. But
ITAR,
once
right?
I'd put it on the table with everything else.
But this guy quotes another situation that was similar to this one. The Biden administration threatened Colombia with this when the sale of the Gripen E to Colombia was announced. And then the Trump administration followed through with the threat and formally vetoed the use of that engine and killed the deal. So evidently, if a contract has been made, it'll have to be fulfilled. But you're right. Going forward, it needs to be different. Okay.
Yeah, that Trump White House really isn't very free tradey, are they, Karen?
No, they aren't. That's just kind of surprising, isn't it? Yeah, because they talk a lot about free trade.
Don't get me started.
All right, take the key out of Smokey's back. It's already in Dry Flies. I am going to get to these bloody burning refineries, but you go ahead, Dry Fly.
I'll be quick. It's why they need to build their own engine. They need to build their own avionics, separate from Collins. They need to build everything. They can't. Europe and Japan, Australia, all our allies that we used to be so close to, they can't buy a fucking nut made in the United States right now. The way that the U.S.
unless it's free and clear and full right to repair on anything purchased.
Absolutely. And in fact, if I were Sweden right now, I wouldn't even be talking about it. I would be trying to get the export licenses, but I would be going parallel, balls to the wall, with European partners to build engines that are compliant with their wishes. But here's the thing:
something that's more like the J-39 that seems to go in anything.
Yeah, well, here's the one thing though: they still have to get agreements from those countries that they will not hold a license. In other words, when you buy an engine from Rolls-Royce, it's going to come with, we can sell it to anybody, no matter who your government is. So if you get some reform government in the UK or AFD in Germany, and you're already getting engines that you may be making them, but you're making them on their license. No, where we can sell them to whoever we want to, you have no say. In fact, you may have to domicile the production of it to be 100% safe in the world that's going on, because you just can't allow um, a government change to basically take your security.
Yeah, we're not renting weapons here, folks. We're buying weapons.
We're buying weapons, yeah, and it's ours. We'll do with them what we fucking want. The problem with someone like Gripen, or with Saab and Gripen, is that the engines they have, they may be able to give away, but what about the next ones? If all those engines are made in the UK, and you have a reform government who says we're not going to sell you engines because we love Russia so much, you're still screwed. So there has to be much more. People have to be very careful, more strategic about sourcing. And by the way, I've thought about this for a very, very long time. I mean, this isn't my first rodeo in this. I remember back in the not in the 90s, but certainly in the 2000s, when I was seeing how this industry was done, and things like and it was working with the Israelis, and there was all these contracts. Good God, there were so many contracts. I'm like, what the fuck happens if we don't get along? No one can build product anymore, or you just ignore it. But if you're shipping from one country to another and the governments don't get along, then what? I mean, Saab has got some real careful thinking they need to do. And I know Jenny's mentioned in the past that they've talked about uh, bringing engine manufacturing back into Sweden. It's painful to do at fairly low volume, but it is doable in the modern world. You can push lot sizes to much smaller numbers better than we've ever been able to do, but you have to decide it's really strategically essential. And the U.S. government is forcing their hand. They're forcing everybody's hand to do that, because you can't trust Washington on any of this stuff. And I'll listen.
Thanks, man. Yenny, go ahead.
I just want to say that it would be much easier, um, even if reform, I doubt that they would renege on those, because what is the name of that company? It's a British company that is co-owner in, for example, Bofors and Hägglund. And so we have, if they screw us over, we can screw them over too. It's mutual, held by the short and curlies. I don't remember the name of the company now at the top of my head, but there is a company, a defense company, a defense contractor that is a co-owner in a lot of Swedish companies, in the defense sector. And then also, it can't be that hard to make the engine. It will take time, but we have two big one Saab is not a car manufacturer anymore, but they make semi trucks or lorries. And then you have Volvo. And if those two put their heads together, I'm fairly sure that they could make an engine here at home, like design an engine that will work. But it is easier and faster to buy it, to outsource it to somebody else. Anyways, thank you. Fuck Russia.
Thanks, Jenny. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, everyone from Germany. I tuned in a bit late, so I don't know if you already have covered this. But in the end, all that Gripen question that comes up around either restricted items in the Gripen it will come down to a tit for tat with the United States. The engine and other parts in the Gripen, it's not only the engine, it's the sensor array, it's the life support system for the pilot, etc. PP. These are all coming from the United States, and they are all either restricted. So yes, of course, the United States could decide in all their wisdom to prevent delivery from of that airplane to third countries like Ukraine, but especially the F-35, the F-22, rely heavily on on parts coming from the European Union, especially some parts from the UK, some parts from especially us, Germany. So of course we can say we don't deliver them anymore when you don't give your if you don't allow the delivery of Gripen to other countries like Ukraine. But we are not talking about that thing. How can we get rid or can get around ITA restriction by the US in changing the engine? This discussion isn't new, and it's going on for quite a few years. And we don't need to look into if we could produce a new engine that will fit the Gripen, because we have it. And it's already looked into. Yeah, it's the same engine that is built into the Eurofighter. Yeah, it's the EJ 200, and the EJ 200 from all the measurements fits almost perfectly into the Gripen. The point why this is not done yet is because no one wants to cover the costs. Because I mean, here in the speaker panels, as far as I have noticed, there are a few people who are working in that industry. They know how the process is and what costs come with it. And to fit the E200 into the Gripen is an extensively cost-intensive piece of work, because you can't exchange it one to one. You have to adjust the air inlets. You have to adjust the cooling systems. You don't have to adjust the whole frame. Yeah, but there are parts in it you have to change, and then you have to do the testing. And this is thousands of hours of testing, of recertification, etc. pp. So we're talking about 5 to 10 years. So this is nothing doable and nothing helpful with the war in Ukraine right now, because Ukraine need that fucking shit right now, not in 10 years. So when we have to force the delivery of a Gripen to Ukraine, then this is the only leverage Europe has. That we say, dear US, if you prevent the delivery of that airplane to Ukraine, then we will stop delivering your parts for your F-35, F-22s or whatever. Yeah, because without us in Europe, none of these weapons will function. And it's the same thing with the license production of an engine. Yeah, it's the same problem we face now with the Gripen C and D, Block C and D. Yeah, this is a license engine that is produced. Yeah, that means not that the whole engine is completely produced to 100% in Sweden. It's that still main components of that engine are coming from the United States. So the ETA restriction on a license production will remain, and there is no going around that. You know, this is the contract, and this is one thing where the United States are very good in, and the European nations very bad, is framing a contract that harsh and that brutal that a breach of contract will ruin you. Not only the company, it will ruin your whole fucking country. And this is where the United States are very good in. So, yeah, we can't get around that ITER, and that we need a TPT from the United States to deliver those. We need to put pressure up. And the only solution for that, if the United States don't come up with saying they allow the delivery, is that we then put that lever to action, with all the consequences it will bear. Yeah, but this was my take that I wanted to say. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, so all good discussion on all that stuff, military supply chains, and I agree essentially with Chris that essentially at the end of the day you got to turn it into a political issue and negotiate it out with America, but probably not while this president's in office. It'll get kicked down the road for a while, and Europe really does need to pick up its capability to build its own supply chains, and not be so reliant on the United States unless you have bargaining chips. You know, the thing I've never understood. Now, I'm sure they're not providing the absolute critical items for delivery of the F-35, but there's a lot of European componentry in the F-35 and other places that, why haven't those companies tried to withhold delivery of some of what they're providing if the United States, or why haven't countries required those companies to block supply of their stuff if the United States is going to block allowance for it to use the weapons that it buys the way that you choose. Anyway, so I want to talk to you about a refinery in Saratov that's now on fire for the 15th time. I mistakenly said 11th. I didn't read one column of the numbers correctly. Saratov refinery has probably been the most popular refinery for Ukraine to strike, and they did this particularly during the campaign when they first tried to slow down the use of air power by Russia, the VKS, particularly the MiG-31s and the Kinzhals, and they were taking them off and landing them, taking them off and landing. When they first started doing all that and tormenting Ukraine with air alerts, there was and just the general need to try to reduce it. They started attacking strategic reserves of aviation fuel in Russia, and they struck multiple strategic aviation depots, particularly the one in Engels 2 times, and the associated refinery across the river, which is Saratov, which produces quite a lot of kerosene that then goes into the strategic aviation supply there at the reserve across the river. And 3 or 4 kilometers on from that is, of course, Engels Air Force Base and the storage that's there to supply the air base. So I think probably, again, we're looking at Saratov refinery being struck because it's probably just time. It's been a couple of months since they were struck there. It's not a particularly large refinery, but as I say, it's sort of strategically placed to fill up the coffers of various military supply in that region, and so it's probably been picked out the 15th time for that. 3 specific areas of refinery on fire there. Three strikes inside that refinery, coincidentally, which is great. We'd love to see this, as I said before. 1 refinery strike on a sympathetic reactor or process is great, but when you can get 3 spread across a refinery like this, they're going to do some real damage to the capacity of flexibility for this refinery to get back into operation once we find out what was exactly damaged in the first instance. Only a 7 million ton a year refinery, but as I say, strategically placed. It's great to see it burning down, and it's mildly attractive because there are the ground fires that you can see, but they're not producing a huge amount of boiling flame. But both the high pressure and the low pressure flare systems in that refinery are both going gangbusters. So that's where the pretty picture comes. The other facility that's burning down that's of note is, of course, the depot in what's it called? It is called
Petorovo?
Matyavev,
Makyavev, yeah.
Kurgan.
Yep.
That facility, it's only 20 kilometers inside Russia. So here's the third attack that we've got to talk about. So it's not a very big facility, but it's particularly placed to have a tactical importance, probably, to supply into Luhansk and Donetsk, because it's literally right across the border. The other thing, and hubris, thy name is Russia, is overnight they've managed to hit 2 Tupolev 142 strategic aircraft, one of which is the communication with the nuclear-powered sub variant, which is very rare. But they're both strategic aircraft. They don't grow on trees. Russia parked 2 of them at the Taganrog military airfield, which is not very far from Ukraine, and then located a Iskander missile launcher just 12 kilometers from the border of Ukraine, north of there in Krakow, and then finally pulled up a Shadow Fleet tanker to the oiling berth at Taganrog. So Kurgan Neftoprodukt, Kurgan Neftoprodukt probably lost its depot and a Shadow Fleet tanker at the same night in two different locations. But wow, please explain, Smokey, placing Iskander launchers that can fire 500 kilometers range within 12 kilometers of Ukraine, and two strategic aircraft at Taganrog, which has been the source, or which has been struck at least 3, maybe 4 times in this war already. What the fuck are they thinking?
They aren't, obviously. I was thinking exactly the same thing. Why the hell are there bears at Taganrog? Because that's what the 142. It's a bear variant. Yeah, the same thing. It's like the in the
Yeah, these are
family.
variants for naval search, naval warfare, and naval warfare communication, but they're very spendy.
Yeah, they're what they were designed also to do. Besides the communication, they were designed to have you hang about a dozen anti-ship missiles under those wings for hunting NATO carriers is part of what they were for. But yeah, but to put them within, they're almost in Gibbler range at Taganrog. It's like it's only about 170 kilometers, if that, something like that, from the front line. So
no, even closer. Yeah, but even closer than that. It's 15 kilometers from the border of Russia, and if you angle up into the north, there it's probably less than 100.
Yeah, so it's like you're damn near in Gibbler range, and you're putting in a sensitive asset like that within that close range. I have no idea what they were thinking. The all, besides incompetence, the only other reason I can think of that they do that is that Ukraine has been able to sufficiently damage other facilities for maintaining those aircraft that this was the only one that was available. That's the best that I got, why they do that. Now, as to why the hell they put an Iskander within 12 kilometers of the frontier, no, you got me there. That makes no sense to me whatsoever, why they do that. It really doesn't. I wouldn't have an Iskander within 200 kilometers of Ukraine. Full stop. It makes no sense. Because they can put an Iskander, they could put a launcher for an Iskander someplace on Russian territory that can reach pretty much any place in Ukraine they want to hit. And for that matter,
Correct.
Yeah, just put them on Crimea, and you can hit all of Ukraine from there. So it makes no sense. I agree with you. So, but so one of Sun Tzu's. It's actually, I don't think it's Sun Tzu's dictum, but never interrupt your opponent when they're making a mistake. Oh, that was Napoleon. Now I remember.
Fair enough. Yeah, it beggars belief, frankly. Russia doing things that are so stupid. But please continue, Russia. Please continue. So this and the immense amount of strikes that have been struck. I mean, I don't want to steal the thunder of mockers and stuff, but it's been a massive day with trucks again, and where most of them have been. They've been on those highways that we were talking about yesterday, between Mariupol and Taganrog, and they've been on the highway from Mariupol up to Donetsk, and they've been on the highway going up toward Melitopol. Melitopol and Tokmak and points north. And I also then want to move down onto the battlefield, but we have massive day of logistics strikes, and so I would go from this this fuel depot and the warehouses that we know have been struck, that logistics storage right into the logistics transport strikes. And talk to me, Smokey, about how bad logistics are getting for folks in west of Mariupol with regard to beans, bullets, bandages, and water and fuel.
How bad is it? Oh boy, it's from my standpoint, this is really very yummy. But let me just simply start by let's talk about who's being affected. Is we've got 150,000 plus or minus. That's my guesstimate, and also some of the other people's guesstimates as to how many troops the Russians have spread from about Pokrovsk over all the way to the Kinburn Spit and then down into with their Rosguardia that they've got trying to keep a lid on Crimea. So that 150,000 just on a daily basis needs about 2,000 tons of fuel. That just that right by itself. And so you're talking about 200, at least 200 trucks worth of stuff on pretty much on a daily basis. And also you're talking about having 3 or 4 full trains hauling stuff around, because we've also got food, we've got ammunition, we've got the movement of people and equipment, everything else like that that's going on. So that's just right off the bat, you're talking about that. If you have all of these strikes, you're pretty much completely taking away, at the very least, you're taking away the military in there. You're taking away their ability to maneuver. So that means they don't have the ability really to summon effective offense. And if they need to redeploy, you've really taken away that flexibility as well. So how is this playing out? Well, let's talk about the fact that as of the 31st, the only people that are going to be able to buy fuel in Crimea are the people who've got coupons. And those are going to be just municipal or transport.
And no cans, has to go directly in the vehicle.
Yeah, no cans. So there's no way for somebody to show up and even if they have a coupon to buy fuel, which they can then turn around and sell. They're trying to put a lid on that. Now, here's the thing that caught my attention even more is that they are turning on rationing in Donetsk City. That is a real tell right there, because not only is this affecting. So this is a whole combined ecosystem that we're talking about here. That because we've got the fuel, because like you say, one of the things that Saratov was doing, they're producing fuel for the jets. They're also producing diesel. A lot of that stuff is coming down, through along the Dnieper or the Don, and that's crossing into occupied Ukraine. So you've got that. So just as an aside, one of the things that has been done is that apparently Russia is going through currently has announced that it has a kerosene shortage, and this is something that's going to blow back at them. This is the downside of Hormuz for them. In order to get kerosene now, they're going to have to go to the international market, and they're going to have to compete with other countries who are also anxious to have jet fuel. So this is going.
Well, they'll get a fair bit of it, I reckon, from Belarus. But I'll note that because of current transfer pricing and all that the Russia's buying back from Belarus gasoline and diesel to support its networks at increased price over what it can make it for itself. And the same thing will happen with jet, I reckon.
Yeah. So the effect is that you are rapidly having any access to civilian fuel pretty much west of Melitopol is gone, and east of that to where you reach the Russian frontier, and east of that it's getting pretty thin, and it's certainly in Donetsk Oblast, in the Republic. We are now looking at shortages which are going to affect civilian transport. And so a little bit of insight. This means, what this says to me is that they've got somewhere in the order of a 90% reduction in the available fuel resources. So we haven't talked about moving ammunition yet or moving personnel. This is just, at a raw level, the juice that keeps your military machine moving is that you've got something like a 90% reduction of that. Some of that is just simply reduction in production, because if I'm remembering correctly, that the estimates from the strikes are that right now just the production of fuel, refined fuels inside of the country has been reduced by at least 20%. So you take that, and then on top of that, you start stepping on the logistics like we are, and the entire Russian disposition inside of Ukraine, from pretty much from Donetsk city west, is now on life support.
They would definitely be into, as you say, rationing, and I guess what I'd be looking for is a order or a radio intercept that said that they were directing limited movement of military vehicles. Orders from that they're limiting movement for maneuver at all because they're so short on fuel.
Well, it hasn't been directly about fuel, but they already are trying to limit movement. That's a problem already, and this is a lot of these developments are some of the reason why I'm getting increasingly excited about Ukraine's prospects. This later this spring and this summer, is that one of the really key aspects of this process is not just that it's going to interfere with Russia's ability to engage in offense. It's going to take away their flexibility in terms of being able to react to Ukrainian action. The initiative in any kind of warfare is critical. And if you want to get the initiative, you want to keep it, because it means that you are the one who decides what happens, when, and where. And Ukraine,
and with these multiple, the reason I think this will become critical is when fuel is going to be necessary to be used in high amounts is when they're trying to break out or react to assist based on eventual Ukraine. Ukraine has made multiple penetrations into the front line in Kamiansky, near Huliopoli, near Liman, that demonstrate that at some point in the near future, Ukraine probably will do multiple of these probing to resistance sort of exercises and try to capture some Russian troops inside a small envelope. And when they do that, that's when you'd expect Russia to, counterattack and need a significant amount of vehicle fuel to be able to do that counterattack in the way they normally plan to do them.
I'm thinking it's a stone cold certainty that something like that is going to happen. And so we've got now let's take this and let's add this additional dimension to it, is the increasing capability of Ukraine to strike at mid distance at logistics. Now, what is it? I posted something that Nemesis, the 412, is apparently playing with yet another new Ukrainian drone, and it's about the equivalent of the Hornet. That's the autonomous mid-range drone that Ukraine has been part of what has been giving the Russians such serious headaches along the edge of the Azov. It's you have this playing out. It's no longer just the logistics that is going to be at risk. Ukraine has the tools now that when Russia needs to react, when when some portion of the front fails, and I'm more and more certain that some part of the front in the south is going to fail. And my initial bet is that it's probably going to be around Kamyansky. There's lots of reasons for that. Russia is going to need to find a way to redeploy. They're going to need to be able to move force. And they're not going to be able to necessarily move force that's like adjacent. They're going to have to pull it out of the line from someplace else. And they're going to have to run it around the backside of the Russian deployment. And it's going to take fuel, it's going to take organization. And all of that is going to be vulnerable. It's going to be visible to the Ukrainians, and they now have the means by which they can reach out and touch it. Most of that movement is going to be on train. And I think I saw today there was at least, I saw one, there was an engine that got hit, I think, down in, starts with a D, one of the towns in Ukraine. I'll have to look it up. But they also hit a major rail staging yard in Crimea, in a city just north of Simferopol. So we've got that stuff being hit. The ground is being set, or the conditions are being set for Ukraine to watch when Russia has to move, and for them just simply to pounce on it.
Yeah, that's assembly point you're thinking about is Svardskaya, north of
Yes.
Simferopol.
Yes. Yeah. So, and there was there was also a rail yard that got hit at Rostov. The rail assembly area at Rostov got hit recently, just within the last few days. So that's important because there's all sorts of that supply for the entire region that has to filter through Rostov and cross the Don at those bridges. That's in terms of fan fiction. That's another thing I want. I want Ukraine to splash those bridges so bad. Hit those rail bridges, and you just, there's so much that you do if you can do that. There's so much havoc that you cause for Russia being able to sustain its force in the field, and degrade their logistics even further, because it's a cascading failure. You have the fuel, you're not able to move material to the people at the front. Their readiness degrades. Their ability to not just engage in offensive activity, but even to react to act defensively gets degraded. We're talking about Russia needing thousands, with the logistics. They're not able to move ammunition. This means they're not moving thousands of tactical drones to the units in this region that need them in order to be able to fight the Ukrainians. So that, we've got this cascade. So we're going to see, I think we will see, or should see, a tapering off of of activity by the Russian drone units. So that will probably turn into, I think this will turn into an uptick in the use of tactical aircraft for close air support, and potentially more long range drones. We might see more Shahed equivalents coming in to try to hit targets, because the Russians may not have, or may have to ration the number of tactical drones that they've got available. So it's all sorts of good stuff. Markers, go ahead.
Shit's on fire, yo. How many depots and oil refineries? How many depots and oil refineries are currently on fire? My feed is full of them.
Oh, a couple of good ones. You know how the punters love a good fire if it starts to go off. You see that? I must have had everybody in the free world send me a picture of the depot fire, because we haven't had a really sexy one for so long. Markers, everybody sends it to me as if it's not the first thing I find in my feed. I know you get the same thing, but the best part was the Saratov refinery report came through just before we went on air, and that was good, so that we could sneak that one in, because Saratov they're both a big deal, given the relationship of that oil depot to the front lines. It's only 15 kilometers inside the border of Russia, and the refinery is a 7 million ton refinery, so it shouldn't be that big a deal. But when you're already missing 7 of the top 10 refineries in Russia, a 7 million ton refinery becomes a big deal. And as Smokey said, what'll happen is they'll start run out of jet fuel and diesel fuel from that refinery, and it'll impact them elsewhere in their logistics system for sure. And what we're shooting for here is a literal lack of capability to maneuver at the front lines as a result of this cascading failure from refinery production down through close-in logistics, and then finally that last, the last 30 kilometers to the front line of supply of fuel. It's looks to be very methodically planned out, and an absolute shitload of tank trucks again today, I reckon, in the list, Mockers.
So Ukraine was doing them a favour taking the aircraft out, because that helps them save jet fuel, yeah?
Well, so look, UA Control Map seems to think that those Tupolev 142s were old, not really used anymore. So he goes, well, they're not really strategic aircraft in the sense of things, that they're bear bombers, but they've been converted to a marine warfare role. And I'm like, yeah, that may be true. They may have not cared about them, but if they didn't care about them and they were using them as decoys, they certainly didn't stop, or they didn't cause Ukraine to run out of mid-range munitions, because they managed to hit a communications center just south of the airbase. They hit this depot. They knocked out an Iskander missile launcher 12 kilometers from the front lines. And, they're wasting 2 rare strategic bombers, even though you had no intended use for them right away. One of them was set up to be able to communicate with their nuclear submarines, and I assume they still want to do that. So a loss is a loss, I think, on these. And, I hope Ukraine takes credit for them, because they're clearly kills on the runway. Mockers?
Yeah, there's also, let me just get it here, Matayev Kurgan.
That's the
there's an
depot.
oil depot. Yeah. Is that the one you were mentioning that's very close? I didn't know there was an oil depot.
It's just north of Taganrog, and it's only about 15 kilometers from the border with Ukraine.
So I didn't know that existed, because it's only a small one, I guess. And,
it is a sneaky one. There's also some really, really good. I got to looking at that place since I was in the neighborhood, and there's some other really good logistics facilities that should be taken out. And it looks like somebody very, very important's house too.
Well, didn't they also tag Fedosia?
They did knock out. Marcus and I were just talking about this the other day. They did knock out 2 of the 4 remaining tanks at Fedosia too. Yeah.
Yeah, it falls nicely into just the whole narrative that we're talking about, because that not having the tankage means they don't have anything in reserve, and that means that everything becomes more hand to mouth. And this is one of the aspects. All of this, even if they're able to run the stuff, they're going to have to run it farther. So you're going to,
and that's right. Operational flexibility is going to become a big problem.
Yep, 100%. Mockers.
Talking of depriving them of things, would you like an Illumina update?
Absolutely.
Yes, we would. First, start off and tell us the fact. Well, cover the fact that the mainstream media has started to pick it up, and it would appear that they're reading the source documents that you guys have produced in that team.
Oh, yes. So let's start here. So over the last couple of days, we had some news where it wasn't going to be put on the 21st sanctions package, and here were the reasons. And the reasons were fucking bullshit, to put it nicely. The reasons were lies. And we were like, I wonder where they've come from. And then the very next day, it became quite clear that those were statements put out by Rusal themselves, who were basically saying, oh, no, we definitely wouldn't use any of this aluminium in our warfare, and we only use a tiny bit of it anyway, and most of it would get exported. Yeah, probably to the military-industrial complex. But anyway, it was all very, very much nonsense. And the Irish MEP Barry Andrews and the Irish PM or Taoiseach Michael Martin both repeated these lines as though, they'd been asked to, possibly with cash. So I'm just saying that, cash makes things work all the lot easier. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm just saying I think they were offered money. And so, this basically made us go, oh, you can't tell us lies like that. Here we go. We have facts, baby. And we came back with a lot of facts. And the Irish Times picked up on the fact that we had some facts. And the other journalists smelled blood in the water. They were like, oh, we see MPs lying to the people. Let us get on this, and there's been a dog pile of sorts of a lot of journalism now going, oh, you're doing something bad and we would like to highlight it. Thank you very much. It's everywhere. We've even had a vatnik soup from Mr. Pecker himself. And I know we've got our vatnik soup from the Netherlands who's on our team, but the big soup has also weighed in on this, and everything's going crazy. So also, I mean, it's a bit cheeky. This aluminium is basically one of the main parts of cluster bombs. Yeah, the Irish government blocked Attackham's transfer, and for Ukraine to use cluster munitions to defend themselves. However, they're quite happy to give Russia raw materials for their cluster bombs every day. Can you see how there's So as you can see, this has taken off. The news media have got hold of it, and the Kyiv Independent have written about it. The Irish Times have asked us very nicely for our up-to-date research. They've asked Dan for his up-to-date research, and Dan, as you can imagine, is only too happy to provide them with some information so that they can continue to beat the shit out of anybody who's telling lies. It's going. It's running with its own legs at this point. And we have all sorts of, shall we say, quite important-looking people to get on board. We have a Dutch MEP, Bart Grutus. I don't know, bless him. I can't say his name, but he seems very nice. He literally used our talking points on a live TV interview with an Irish TV news station. I don't know which one it was. I'm sorry. I was trying to find it, but I can't.
It was RTE, wasn't it?
Oh, it might be. It might be RTE. Yeah. And I'm just going to point out that RT. I'm sorry. Are they a part of RT? They could be.
No.
No, I know they're not, but I'm just saying that they could well be sometimes because some of the news that they put out has been a bit.
Well, they have kept that one presenter over there. I'm not in Ireland. I think in England, haven't they? That was found out, being paid by. Well, she's well known to be associated with RT, and I think they closed it down. But then the presenters now showed up on another news channel.
Ah, well. Anyway, either way, it's all gone bananas. I think there's a song about that. But extremely good news. And I don't know, there's every possibility through the fact that You see, if Rusal had just kept their gob shut, it might just have, just slunk under the sanctions and just not been, oh, it's not going to go on the 21st sanctions package and that's that. If they'd have just kept quiet. But no, they they cranked up the pressure campaign and came back with easily debunked lies. And they opened a can of worms for themselves. Typical, really, isn't it? Of these guys to fuck everything up for themselves. And so we were able to say, oh, no, that's nonsense. And we can quite clearly see that that's nonsense. So now the news media are on it, and they are, they're putting the boot on their necks for us at this point. So also, one of the ministers called the figures we reported speculation by the Irish Times. However, those figures were directly from the Central Statistics Office, their own yeah, exactly. So, very funny at this point, that they're effing themselves over. So here we are. Yeah, yesterday we had quite a lot of stuff happening. So we went from being like, quite sort of dejected the other day with that news to, oh, this is happening. And our friend Bart on the news, the Dutch MEP, he said, if it doesn't make it to the 21st sanctions package, it will definitely be on the 22nd. That's how he put it on the news. And I was like, oh, will it now? Thank you very much. Just so happens that we have Illumina 22 already set up and ready, just in case, just in case. Nice. So, it's all going off, and Ukraine is defending its very existence, while the Irish government is allowing this to happen right under our very noses, and I think that's just a bit rude, isn't it? It's a bit rude.
It is a bit rude. In other news, Estonia has installed its first of its anti-drone systems on its border with Russia, which is smart, and hopefully they can knock down anything that ventures that way. Hopefully Poland is up and does the same thing soon too, because they and Romania are the other two countries where we've seen a lot of that activity. Germany could also use some near its ports in the north, I suggest, based on what we've seen previously. One more, I can't believe there's still any around, but one more Pantsir S-1 system was destroyed at Saki Airfield, along with, or just south of the strikes that Smokey said in Kharskoye, Crimea. And they've also struck some training grounds. The mid-range strikes, don't kid yourself to think it is just on logistics, even though there are a lot of trucks blown up. They've also struck a gas storage area in Yenikeve village. That's up in the nest. Actually, it's up in Volya, not in Yenikeve, but that gas storage going up is up in the nest. If you want to see and hear particularly what a gas explosion sounds like, which is one of the characteristics things when you're trying to identify them, for Firefella, because he loves that sort of thing. In fact, today's going to be, the whole day is going to basically be giving Firefella half a chub with all the fires going on everywhere. But let's not forget that the SBS is also hunting down, killing infantry, like the Third Army's Troikizbekina group in Kyiv, in Luhansk was struck. That's a training ground full of guys. They also ran down and attacked the 64th Brigade during a movement. These are the guys that were involved in taking and doing a lot of the brutality in Bucha in 2022. SBS found out where they were, found out where their training grounds was, and attacked them, the 3rd, 36th armies of them in in the training ground where they were. So very good to find out and hunt down these targets, as well as the other logistics things, which are, like we say, these things are exciting. Big fires, they're exciting. But the real key is logistics. Removing that capability is what's going to win the war. And I'll just note that in addition to gasoline, some of the international sales figures are now coming in from Reuters, and production of diesel fuel in Russia is down by 10% in May from the previous month, and I'll note that it dropped 10% in the month before, in April as well. So these strikes are doing a significant amount of damage on Russia's capacity to produce fuels. I expect we will, in fact, see Russia banning now with the strike on Saratov and the other refineries. Since this, they'll almost certainly ban any sale of diesel or aviation fuel internationally, and that'll further cut them off. And the refining crude oil, all refined products, gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. All of these things make vast amounts of export dollars for Russia in euros and dollars. So it's important to cut them all off where they can. And it looks like Ukraine is doing just that, with overall revenue for oil, gas, and finished products down. It looks 19% year on year, and that's on a fall in two previous years before that. Basically, we've got to the point now where Russia is, even despite the fact that the price of oil has doubled, crude oil has doubled, Russia is still making less than half of the amount of revenue it was making prior to the war on those products now. So Ukrainian sanctions clearly are the best sanctions around. Mockers?
Well, it's almost as though Ukraine has been asking us to stop purchasing Russian oil and gas for such a long time. They just thought, you know what? They're obviously addicted. We need to have an intervention, don't we? And just stop them from being able to purchase it in the first place. I'm just looking at the Lazarevo pumping station in the Kyiv region. I'm sure you've mentioned it, but that's part of their crude oil transit system to refineries and Baltic export routes. So obviously, that will affect us in the way that we won't be able to purchase that anymore. And, sometimes somebody's just got to step in and say, no, you can't do this anymore. If it's not available, we just can't buy it, can we? And I can't believe that Ukraine are having to come in like the adults and slap it out of our hands.
You're right, and so inside the temporarily occupied area of Crimea, they have in fact solved the fuel price crisis. They're almost all the boards on all the service stations across the entire oblast of Crimea now show zeros up and down, because they've solved the price problem, because it's not available at any price, and that's good news for sure.
Yeah, there was a nice little tale yesterday where someone was saying, "Oh, you can drive into Crimea, but you've got to leave on foot."
And they'll probably start doing that. Ladas will start
True
showing
words.
up in Crimea full of jerry cans full of fuel, and they'll just abandon the vehicles for the fuel and to subside on.
They cross the bridge, stop in Fedosia, sell the vehicle with fuel to somebody there, and walk back across the bridge with a pile of money. Watch it; it'll happen.
Well, while they're walking back across the bridge, they can take the rest of them with them.
Well, we can hope. We can definitely hope. But we are now getting to the top of the hour, and it's actually about time for us to swap chairs there, Mockers.
Yeah, get out of my seat.
Oh, well. No, here's your hat. What's your hurry? Well, anyway, once again, Will, great to be sitting with you. Another great night. And, I still got a lot of stuff to talk about. I may hang around, and if I can get a word in edgewise, I might talk some more about logistics. But, we'll see. But to everybody else, thank you for listening. And I'll say this also right now. Remember, everybody, that we're not here to listen to the sound of our own voices. If you look through the nest, you'll see that Will's put a whole bunch of links in there for the charities that we're trying to raise money for. And please, please, please look through those, because every dollar that you put into that is a little bit more resource, a little bit more money that is going to help Ukraine reach a just and successful conclusion in their struggle with Russia. But with that, I will say Slava Ukraini, and chat with you guys later on.
Harom Slava. Yeah, and as we're swapping out, I'm going to cover the last thing I can. I'm going to make you do your homework, folks, because I noted I've made a smart-ass comment about the technical colleges and university students greeting the recruiters for quote-unquote voluntary mobilization in their universities. That they're hitting them with lots of questions and showing them the level of respect that we'd hope that the Russian military recruiters would receive from students. The tip is I put the still frame out of a video that's in a Beefeater thread that you should go to Beefeater's account if you're not doing it already, and hit follow, and then look down his timeline tiny little bit, and you'll find that full-length video of the recruiters' visits to the technical colleges and universities in Russia, and see how the students, this is a good sign when the students are standing up and going, hey, what happened to Bob? Because we know about Bob, and Bob got taken in on a 1-year contract that said he was only ever going to have to fly drones, and they sent him into a meat assault. And his mom says so. So what do you do? Are you sure about that? 100% sure about that. And then, answer the question, and they evade. And it's getting to the point where these recruiters won't feel comfortable going on campus anymore. And that's kind of like in the Vietnam War days. That's a good sign to see that happening in Russia. But follow Beefeater. Look for that. A full video, because it's pretty entertaining. And if you don't have time to look at the whole thing, at least see that one of the students gave me the old bird to the recruiter, which is pretty brave in Russia these days. Mockers, over to you for booms and woe, and I'll make way for Firefellow. Thanks, everybody.
Bye then. That.
And he's gone. Lovely, lovely hook.
Prince does always wait for the correct moment. She likes to get a good moment in there. Now, obviously, Firefellow, you're very happy to see so many fires out in the wild.
I woke up all warm and toasty, mockers. Warm and toasty again. I've got the marshmallows out we have, and the sausages. Even the sausages. Popcorn comes late for people, but sausages and marshmallows for the moment. Yeah, lovely, lovely. It's, good God, shit's on fire.
It absolutely is. And I'm quite sure our friend Will has been through 98% of all the shit that's on fire. So let's just... oh, hang on. I need to... Yeah, no, that's all right. I've done that. Let's just get to some of the woe. So we have another pipeline on fire. We have the Deputy Energy Minister of Russia, Vladimir Milov. He said that the country's economic miracle is now over. According to Milov, wartime growth was fueled by massive state spending. And it was. But now, those reserves are running dry. Oh dear. Investment is falling. Inflation remains high, and budget deficits are just growing exponentially and to ridiculous amounts. He also argues that Ukraine's long-range drone strikes have had a huge psychological impact. Their airports are now closing. Businesses are paying the costs of protection and repairs. Protection? you say. Protection rackets, ahoy! You can see that the local mafias and warlords basically stepping into this breach, can't you? Many Russians, including members of the elite, are now increasingly tired of the war. They've just got no stamina. I thought Russians could suffer like nobody else. Well, now's the time to double the pressure, isn't it? Or triple it, or perhaps a little more. So yes, it's all very sad. It's all very sad for them. They're tired of the war. I mean, gosh, who'd have thought that having drone alarms going off every night would be, tiresome? Now, bless her. She has stayed up till 3 a.m. to come and tell us just how absolutely dreadful things are for Russia. And we had, Prune and I had a little chat when I first woke up this morning to the sound of a cat throwing up. Thank you, Elmo. And she was telling me about, about the situation with Russian dairy and how absolutely horrific and horrendous their do you call it husbandry, cattle husbandry, where you have a load of dairy cattle that you're supposed to look after and milk. She disappeared on the panel, but I'm sure she'll pop right back up.
I just sent her a speaker invite.
I'm here.
There you are. You're just a disembodied voice on my panel. But goodness gracious me, you just you had a little tiny dig this morning and you found the most horrific story about how they're looking after their dairy cattle or not.
It really was just a surprise that I stumbled across it, because I had to go into the regions of the MK website to come across it. And, it just kept getting worse. I posted it on my Blue Sky page, but it's just a horrific story about this dairy farm in Murmansk where, they said that the employees hadn't been paid for 2 months, I think, when they first discovered this problem back in March, and that they were still milking the cows, but the cows weren't getting fed. They didn't have water. They were dying and just being left there to decompose with the other cows, but the cows were still getting milked. Just horrific conditions and no sign that it's getting better. And, we were sort of discussing it, if price controls possibly played a factor into this, because, I keep telling people price controls exist, even if they're not just coming out and saying it. They send the FAS out all the time to, pressure these people to keep the prices low, or they put the pressure on the grocery stores, and then the grocery stores put the pressure on the vendors. But when I've seen something, sort of similar when there were issues with prices with, I think it was chickens, or if it was eggs, and they just ended up with chicken corpses flung across the highway when that one happened. So it's absolutely horrific. And these are the sort of things that you get when you start to do things like with price controls, or situations where it's impossible for things to be, profitable, or, profit isn't the purpose of running the business. You can see these horrendous things happen.
Yeah, this is the problem with running out of money, isn't it? That something just gives. And if you're not paying your staff, and you're not buying enough food, and you're not, doing any veterinary care, you just these problems just compound. I'm sure that they weren't probably looking after these cattle properly in the first place, but it's just that sounds like some sort of nightmare scenario, doesn't it?
And I keep telling people that Russia is, sort of devolving into the old Soviet methodology. And, whether or not they keep trying to tell everybody that they're still, a market-based economy, you can see in the news stories, and they even let it slip in saying that they're moving towards a planned economy and these sorts of things. You can see it start to devolve, and when it devolves, you can expect to see some of the same problems that happened before. Meanwhile, other people who refuse to, look underneath that rock and see those sort of problems will, try and believe that Russia's official inflation numbers are legitimate, or, echo Putin talking about Russia's GDP PPP, their purchasing power parity, and how great it is without realizing all the mechanics that go in behind it. And one of the things that I have been arguing is, we've got not only the price controls that are causing problems and, the labor shortages and all that, but you've also got the ruble that keeps strengthening. And it is abnormally strong right now, and the exporters are upset about it. They're complaining about it. They've been yelling for a while now. They want it to be like around 100 or even 105. And that's not happening. But the benefit to that had been that, Russia keeps relying more and more heavily on imports for food. And so the stronger ruble does help keep food costs down lower than they would be otherwise, even though food costs continue to climb. And there was just an article recently saying that the Russians are switching to eating cabbage and potatoes more often, and that like tomatoes and cucumbers are even off the table. But these long-term contracts that these grocery stores keep making with these importers, and they're taking advantage of these exchange rates to get these prices in. It's further hollowing out domestic production. So you can imagine what will happen at the moment when it's possible that the value of the ruble plummets. And they've already, like this dairy farm where all the cattle are dead, where all the small farms have, gone out of business. I wrote a long thread a while ago about potatoes, and it's just shocking how much of their potato production comes from like small farms that they really don't have any good ways of calculating productions. They're basically guessing, and all of these small businesses are going under. And they're using seeds that are not as good as the stuff they were getting before. And so the quality of the products that are coming out are worse. So, everything in every level continues to get worse. The government keeps reducing subsidies to support the business. And then you hit that moment when, if the ruble suddenly plummets in value, and then nobody can afford imports, and they've already basically put everybody in domestic production, or a lot of it, out of business. You can imagine when what food prices may do then. It may skyrocket, and that may be the final point that the Russians start to do something, maybe, is when the food prices get out of control. And whether they do or not, it is something that the Kremlin does seem to be constantly aware of and concerned about.
Well, yeah, but not concerned enough, hey, to do anything properly about it. Like, go home.
Well, that's the sort of the problem is, though, that Russia's dug itself, in my opinion at least, has dug themselves into such a deep hole that even if they left Ukraine right now, it wouldn't solve their problems, even if they were able to. And I have a feeling that certain people in power, like Putin, if you subscribe to the fact that he did understand that they were losing, because there's some people who think that he's being lied to and thinks that he could still win, and that's a possibility. I mean, dictators be crazy. But I don't know if they think that if they could turn things around for Russia, if it would mean the same for them, if their fate is sort of tied to success in the war, and otherwise, if not, you know, a lot of people in power die in Russia and get removed that way. So it may be a concern to them that they don't think they can back out of it. But I don't see that, there are so many systemic problems and economic costs that they've got to deal with that are coming due, that even if they packed up and went home, think about all the costs that would be involved in just refortifying the border and fixing all the stuff that's broken and rebuilding their military, if for no other reason, for just national defense. I mean, that's not going to be cheap. I mean, and that's not even counting, that's assuming they went back to 1991 borders. It's not counting, if they froze the border and then they had to start paying to fix all that stuff that's broken. They're sort of stuck, at least in my opinion.
Now, one thing I have heard from Russians in the past is that, well, nobody does anything because there's no leader who is like, got the wherewithal, the backing, the money, the surety of not dying, to stand up against Putin. But they all sort of like are waiting for somebody to do so. Not us, obviously, not me. No, I'm not. I'm happy where I am, thank you. But they're all sort of like, I wish somebody would do something. It's a very sort of, abdicating of responsibility. I think there's an awful lot of that going on. But I think the minute somebody did actually stand up and say, you know what, we've had enough of this guy, and we're going to organise against him, I think they would suddenly be very popular, even if they were just a terrible, terrible person. I mean, look at how much people sort of celebrated Prigozhin, and still do, because he stood up to Putin and said, this is a fucking joke. So, there's... shall we say, there are people just sort of waiting for this to get better. I mean, they're not going to do anything about it themselves, but they're waiting for somebody to sort of stand up and say, okay, we're not doing this anymore. And I do feel as though there are rumblings amongst the elite that they're getting to the point where they don't want to have to spend all their money and sell all their yachts. And, obviously, once it starts affecting them personally, then it's a problem, that sort of thing.
Well, it's something that they have been upset about. And I had brought this up recently. The RSPP, which is often known as the Oligarchs Union, they have been very unhappy about all the nationalizations. And, they've put forth this thing to the Duma to say that we're going to put a statute of limitations on it of like 10 years, and then we can't, undo it or steal your stuff away. And the problem with that is that there's a big, huge loophole in it, which is basically the loophole that they're using to take all of the money away from the other, people that they're taking the money from, like the guy who owned Rusagro that they, recently took all of. All of these people, nearly all of them, are guilty of, getting rich in maybe not the most clean way. It's just a matter of who gets punished for it and why. And they're all very concerned about it because they got, rich off of gathering up, stuff when the Soviet Union collapsed. And so that's what this whole 10-year statute of limitations was supposed to do. But, they put that big loophole in there. And so it's essentially worthless because they're going to continue to go ahead and, yoink more stuff away from the wealthy. And I've always often described this as saying that as things get worse, the Kremlin, the current regime, continues to take more and more risks to the regime. So it's not necessarily what's best or worse for the people in Russia. It's about, what's risky or what the Kremlin finds as risky, and starting to go and to eat into a lot of these elites' funds and to seize, with excuses, their property for one thing or another, is what they're doing essentially. Now, the flip side of this is that what we've seen over and over and over again here recently is that, I said early on, it's a problem when you try and do nationalizations and privatizations at the same time. And now we're seeing it that, these properties that they've nationalized, and some of them that they've taken away from billionaires, the elites, and they turn around and they're trying to sell them. Nobody's buying them because, they don't want to risk. Why would I buy it from you when you could just turn around and seize it again? And I'm also not allowed to make a profit because you're going to seize all of that too, and you're going to continue to tax me. And I don't believe you anymore when you say you're not going to tax me. So we see these properties like Raven warehouses went up and they couldn't find a buyer. We've now got that gold mine that's gone up and they haven't been able to find a buyer. They had the airport that went up and they weren't able to find a buyer until they were able to find one buyer, but after they cut the price way, way down and had to make some deals. So you definitely aren't seeing people from the outside come in and invest their money. Basically you've got a closed system in there where they're feeding off of what's inside of Russia because no outside money is really coming in. I'm sure you guys have talked about, the oil money that came in because of the Iran war, but that it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. And so, all these people are, they're trying to get money off of the people that are inside of Russia, and they've, already burned a bridge by seizing this property and these funds, and now they think they can turn around and sell it, but nobody's agreeing to buy it. So a lot of their plans that they had in place of, I'm going to get this much money from selling this that I stole from that person and this much money, they aren't working out. None of their plans are working out.
Yeah, Will did actually mention a little bit earlier the fact that the oil and gas revenue that they thought they were going to make, that they were rubbing their hands together thinking, we're going to make loads of extra money off this. They're actually making less because there's so much oil and gas infrastructure on fire, or at least has been on fire. You can only make money off product that you're able to move. And we've got oil pumping stations no longer functioning because Ukraine decided that they weren't going to. And, just lots of problems in general. And Ukraine's longer range sanctions sure have been putting a crimp on their style with regards to making money. They absolutely have. Up to the point now where we're getting nuclear threats again. For what they're worth. Now, they just absolutely run out of things to threaten us with at this point, and they're just like, going bananas. Now, the residents of Crimea are having some good times. 95 octane gasoline, forget about it. Doesn't exist anymore in Crimea. It will now only be available on ration cards for those who are selected to have it. So, just the rarefied few. 92 octane, you might be able to purchase 20 litres a car, but you can't buy it in jerry cans. You've got to bring your car. And then he optimistically announced that everything would improve within a month. Because that's what they do, isn't it? They say everything will get better. Don't you worry. I kind of keep hearing this from the orange guy as well. If you just deal with all the pain right now, everything will get better. We keep hearing this, don't we, Prune? And yet your famous saying keeps bearing itself out. Everything keeps getting worse.
Yes, I did find it funny that, they said, we'll wait longer, but they don't give any reason to expect it to get better. Like, why would you expect it to get better? It just gets worse.
Well, exactly. And I do love it when I, go through some of your threads here because I get to that last bit and I'm like, and it will get worse. It always brings me great joy because I know for a fact that it will. Now, we were talking about them lacking in things. I mean, we're just going to do a big woe session, by the way, folks. Lacking in things like, just general care for their cattle, which, produces the milk that they need. But obviously, they can always use other things to make milk, can't they? All these strange adulterated products that they've been, passing off and pretending to be milk or butter. That's terrifying. But it's not just that. No, they have no asphalt on the roads or any medical care in some places in Kuzbaz, which is nice. And folks, I have a headline here for you, which if you're drinking coffee, just don't for a second. Don't choke on it. FAPs. FAPs are not allowed by law. Sorry? Sorry. What are those? What are FAPs? Because I thought they were something else. But yes, this is FAPs not allowed by war. Residents of a Kuzbaz village received formal replies instead of any assistance. So basically, that's the assistance program, I assume, federal assistance program or something like that. Yes.
I'm guessing that's probably what it is, but with the translation from Russian to English, it's anybody's guess. All I know is that they're asking, to have some, I don't know, benefits from their tax money and are getting none.
Oh, who would have thought that might happen? Who would have thought? I told you I was going to use that headline. However, yes, they no asphalt, no medical care. I mean, who needs those things? Who needs those things, eh? And just on and on and on that things are just terrible. Yes, this one in particular that I liked. Sololyov of him guy. Apparently, one of the Russian guys, is he from the State Duma? Davankov. He called for the deprivation of state funding for Sololyov Live. And I'm assuming that it's because, that they've upset him. Have they upset him?
Well, I was wondering if it was that or if it was... Well, they're always upsetting someone, but I also had wondered if it might have been the beginning of an excuse to cut funding, because what he was complaining about, he looked at the next post there. The guy he was complaining about is the guy, if you look on my account, I've got on Twitter right now, I've got a quoted post for Julia Davis on a guy who was bragging about eating candy stolen from a corpse. I mean, because what is wrong with you? That's the guy that he's throwing a fit about that is a propagandist on Volya Live. And I don't know if you remember this guy a while ago, I think 2023, I was laughing about it. He got in trouble because he was on air and for, I think it was some sort of, he was showing some sort of video of assembly for Lukashenko. And he zoomed in on a girl and took a screenshot of a girl with a low-cut shirt. And he got caught on air for doing that. Yeah, I think it's 2023 that he got caught doing that. And then they had called him out about it. And his excuse was something like he was overcome with thoughts of a nuclear apocalypse, and that's the reason why he would do it. But this latest thing, the excuse was that they were mad about him because he was saying that it was okay for a soldier to come home and, beat his wife essentially, and that she should just put up with it, and that wasn't okay. And why are we funding this? But we all know that they've said, much worse criminal things that they've said, because incitement to genocide is a crime. But nobody stopped him then. So it sort of made me wonder if this is just an excuse to pull funding for them, because that's what he was threatening to do, was pull funding. Now, Little Birdie told me that I guess this morning or recently, the two of them are throwing a fit over it. So I don't know if we're going to get a new video soon of Soilov throwing a hissy fit about this whole thing, but I would find it very funny if certain propagandists that were underperforming suddenly had some money pulled, and it would be even funnier if certain specific propagandists were no longer provided with government security services, because there's a few that I know that get those, and how terrified they would be if they didn't have them all of a sudden because of budgetary reasons.
Well, that would be terrible, wouldn't it? Yes. It does make me laugh that they are literally eating each other. When you said before that they were sort of eating themselves, I have this, mental image of Russia sort of like chewing on their own legs at this point, and things are just not great. Bear with me while I just I need to corral one of my cats so the other one can eat in peace, because even though she's eating her own breakfast, because her sister's got food, she's got to be in there too. She is a right little monster. You are a little monster. So where were we? I've now got a cat under my arm. Stay still. She's like, no, I don't think so. I'll have to throw something at her in a minute, make her cheer up and go and chase something else. So I'm finding that the sky of blue, it's a little bit dicey this morning for no good reason. Keeps crashing on me. Did you hear that it was infiltrated by Russians, Prune?
Blue Sky was?
Yes, they apparently infiltrated hundreds of accounts. They hacked a whole bunch of accounts and started spreading Russian narratives. Shocker.
No, I am surprised. I do seem to be one of those rare accounts that I guess I'm niche enough that don't seem to get as much of it. I always joke about how I've got a slow but steady climb of followers that become dedicated, but never had a meteoric rise in followers. So I usually don't tend to get that much of it. So I guess I've missed a lot of it. I do see them from time to time, but not too terribly much. So that is a surprise to me.
Yeah,
it isn't.
Oh.
It isn't. I want to inject here. Blue Sky is unfortunately security-wise an analphabet. You have a 2FA, a two-factor authentication, but only by email, and that can be easily interrupted or via a phishing attempt, they can get access to your account. This is for everyone in the IT, working in the IT, and has done a little bit of hacking here and there. This is a no-brainer. So this is one of the main critics I have for Blue Sky, that they don't care about securing the accounts. This was to be expected, that there are big attempts to take over big numbers of accounts to do desinfo operations. So whoever is on Blue Sky and hasn't activated at least the email two-factor authentication, whatever you're doing, stop it now, go over and activate that function. But you won't find any other security measure to harden your account. So this is really one of the downsides of Blue Sky. How much I love it, yeah, but this is really a downside. Okay, thank you.
Noted. Thank you, Chris. So, Prune, you mentioned potatoes earlier and how they were having a problem with their potato harvest. Well, we all know that potatoes make vodka, yeah, obviously. Could this be anything to do with the soaring price of vodka? Probably not in this case, but you know what I mean. The price of vodka is soaring by 12.2% since the beginning of the year, as of May the 18th. So it would appear that the sharp price was the increase in taxes. Oh, of course, you know, there's so many things that are, death and taxes, the sureties of life. But also rising prices for raw materials such as electricity, logistics, components, and other factors. So basically, the price of everything has gone up, and so has your vodka. How many people do you think will be distilling vodka out of all sorts of strange things in their bathtubs very soon, Prune? Already are.
Well, yeah, when I sometimes go off and look at some of the regional news that's not the national news, very often I'll see, reports of them finding a garage alcohol manufacturing outfit, which, sounds more sophisticated than you might think, that they're pumping out a lot of alcohol. And so I always remind people that, just because they say that they are selling less alcohol doesn't mean that consumption has gone down, because they will find other sources of it.
Oh, they absolutely will. Yeah. And the problem is they will drink any alcohol that's not nailed down, including the stuff that makes you go blind. So, that's not a shock, is it? Not a shock that they would rather go blind than actually, do anything about it. That they would rather just drink whatever comes to hand. I mean, there was quite a famous story of an airbase way back in beyond somewhere in I'm going to say in a very cold place. And they had this alcohol specifically that was made for keeping the aircraft from freezing. And because of the high alcohol content, everybody drank it and there was none left. And so the aircraft froze and they couldn't, do anything about it. And I just thought, well, that sounds on brand, doesn't it? It's very on brand for Russia to do stuff like that. And so, yeah, we keep seeing that everything they seem to do is all very sort of self-centered. And, it's only when it affects them personally do they have a problem with it. But also it sort of leads to these massive problems because nobody gives a single shit about the problems that it causes until it's a massive problem. And I don't know, it reminds me a tiny bit of what goes on here with, us all basically ignoring what's going on in Ukraine until it's a problem for us. It's a massive problem. But at least we look after our cows better, hey? Sorry, I'm just a bit cynical, a bit cynical these days. You can't help it, can you? Just can't help it. So, yes, we'll continue to wonder about that. Now, my favourite meme has just been posted by down the shadow tanker bonker. In fact, he posted it some time ago, but I was at work. So, Poon, I apologise for making you stay up so late, by the way. You must love me a tiny bit.
Well, I have felt bad because I haven't been around as much here lately. I'm just now starting to get back into the swing of things. So I did want to try and make an effort. Was there anything that anybody had a question about while I'm here?
Well, Will popped up, and I thought he might have had a question for you, but he's been silent ever since.
Well, since you asked, Prune, and you read a lot of the same source documents I do periodically, do you think, or is there anybody in the Siloviki, whether it's an oligarch or somebody in the security apparatus or an outsider, dark horse, anybody that you think possibly looks like a chance to take over from Putin if in fact there were political upheaval in that country?
As far as somebody, that would seize control by force from Putin, I don't know that I have anybody in mind that, would wrest control from him. But I do often point towards Dmitry Patrushev as a very possible contender, as somebody who could be a more of a designated successor to Putin. If that's
he's more of a kingmaker these days, isn't he? Rather, because he is as old as Putin himself. Maybe his son.
That's who I'm talking about, Dmitry, the son. Yeah, you're thinking of Nikolai. So Dmitry is. So when everybody thought that Daddy Patrushev was in trouble when he lost his position, and Shoigu got moved over to his job when Shoigu got kicked out as defense minister. But I said I didn't think so because at the same time that happened, his son Dmitry got promoted from being the Minister of Agriculture to being a deputy prime minister. So I figured, if things are all good, his son's still getting promoted. His son is, if you look at it, he's a banker. When you look at some of those deals where the Kadarovites keep picking up properties like the whole deal with Danone, when they got control of that, Dmitry was the one who worked on that deal. So he's already got these connections with the Kadarovites there. When everybody, after Putin's last election, when they were going through the Duma to approve these new positions like the ministers, the person who got the most votes, who, the Duma approved of the most by far, was Dmitry Patrushev. So, with who his dad is, with where he's grown up, with the history he's got, he's fairly young, with his connections, I could see him as very possibly being somebody handpicked as a successor. And this is something that I had replied to a post about recently, is that somebody had said that, oh, well, there's got to be just these static choices of what could happen to end the war. And I said, no, you could run through all of them. You could have Putin dies, and you could have Dmitry Patrushev takes over, and then you could have a palace coup, because once that happens, then you've unsettled the balance between these different groups, which, to be honest, is still at risk of happening. As I keep saying, they take more and more risks, and they're seizing properties from different groups. You can unbalance that, and that could kick off into a war. So you could have Dmitry Patrushev take over, and then all of a sudden there's a war between them, and things devolve into fighting. And then you could have Russia weaken enough that somebody from the ground level takes over. You could have a whole chain.
Any of the regional governors look like they have a caucus to you that or are strong enough in their business and government ties to potentially point themselves out as a candidate?
I will go ahead and say that I'm not necessarily the most informed about this, but as far as somebody to take over all of it, I can't think of one. I mean, we can look at, like, as an example, the former head of Kuzbas is now the minister of energy, and he's married to Putin's cousin / niece. They sometimes refer to her as Putin's niece, and even he doesn't have enough power, I don't think, to do something like that, even with being married to his niece. I would say that I think that Kadyrov might have enough power with the forces that are, loyal to him, to possibly set up, as being a regional head if things collapse, that he might be able to control that region. But he's also angered other people too. So I can't think of a regional head. I would think that you probably be more likely to have some sort of an oligarch to take that sort of position, especially because this is another thing that's happening, is that they've recently said they're now going to allow these businesses to have this heavy weaponry to try and fight drones. I'm sure you probably saw that. But there's also a few oligarchs that have their own PMCs that predate the PMC explosion that they then had to ramp back in, that were PMCs back when Wagner, started, long lasting there. I think there's a few of those that might still be in existence. So you may have a few oligarchs that have their own military, so that they may be able to hold on to power in an area, or certain assets that way. But coming off the top of my head of somebody that might challenge, I don't know of anybody that might do something like that off the top of my head.
Yep, thanks. I just often get drawn into these speculations from people because I've lived and worked in Russia, that I wanted to ask a number of other people who've have an insight into, reading some of the same press and things that I do regularly every day, in case I missed anybody that might be of note as we follow the palace intrigue toward, I guess, the next Duma elections. Not because of the elections, but because who gets to put the candidates forward on the list. I think I'll be watching closely, and probably you'll see the same things in July and August as we get through there.
Right, and also when I've put I've often brought up Dmitry Patrushev, but also I think there was a recent article that I talked about that Rusagro enterprise getting seized from that other oligarch, that I think there was reporting saying that the Patrushev clan was getting it. So they still seem to be gathering power, for what it's worth.
As does Belousov.
Yes, he's an interesting one. I always try and point out that economic think tank his brother works at, that they're all tied together. I don't know. He has been behind. I don't think people realize how deep into it he's been, and I think how far back he's been connected to some of this decision making and going all in on this. And he very much seems to be all in on central planning, on going back to the old Soviet methodology. I also think that I have to keep in mind that we're always need to talk relative to what other options are available. But, people often talk about, him as being some sort of an economic genius. But, I look at some of the failures and I think, is he really? Because he was, in charge of Russian railways for a long, the chairman of the board or whatever, not the CEO or whatever, Russian railways. And look at what a mess that's been. I only think that he dropped out of it maybe when he got the job as the Minister of Defense. So I have a feeling that if, there's a whiplash and they're looking for people to blame for the war, and who to throw under the bus, he may be one of them.
Thank you very much.
No doubt, yeah.
Oh,
well, if you ever want to stop by and you don't want to stay up until Mockers is around, my shows are usually on several hours before hers. But now I'm going to get hate mail from Mockers for saying that.
Oh, well, see, my excuse here is that one time I showed up for your show and that I asked to talk and you never called on me.
No.
So
now, Will has a terrible problem of he'll be chatting away and he'll be into something and he'll be looking at it on his screen and he doesn't look at the screen for hands. So we all fall into that.
I tell him, I showed up, I was waiting there for a while, and then he ended the whole session and never even talked to me.
Hands do, and in my defense, on this piece of shit hell site that you rarely participate in anymore, hands oftentimes disappear.
They do. Sometimes you just can't see them.
I figured he would just sense my essence.
Yeah, exactly. What's that dog's name? Queen of the Universe, something?
Queen of Anglo-Saxonia. Thank you very much.
I love the fact that Prune uses the pug as all various gifs and what have you, and the one that you use where you say sanctions are my love language.
Yes, they are.
Well, I don't know if you've had a chance to look into our Illumina campaign to get it on the 21st sanctions package, but oh boy. We started off just shit posting online and it's kind of gone crazy.
I do love it when things work out.
Yeah. Well, we've got, we had United 24 say something about it. I mean, look, it's not just us. We started off with I think the Irish Times and the OCCRP, the Office of Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, those people did a study on this, and they were like, this seems wrong that a plant in Ireland, part owned by Deripaska, is sending an awful lot of its alumina, which is the base product to make aluminium. And not only aluminium, it makes all sorts of other things like ceramics for electronic parts and stuff like that. So it seems that all of this is going to Russia directly. And, they seem to have increased the amount that they've been sending over the last couple of years, to the point where they're sending up to 70% of their product now from this particular plant to Russia. Surely this, aluminium itself being one of the foundational metals of war, surely we shouldn't be doing this. And well, just prior to that, my friend Dan, the Shadow Tanker Bonker, had been looking at this himself and saying, you know, this seems like we shouldn't be doing this. And so since then, we decided that the best thing to do would be to be the squeaky wheel and make a lot of noise about it. And so, you know, me with my big mouth, I got involved, and a couple of others, and we just decided to make some noise about it. And we said, hey, fellas and friends, get involved and start emailing your MEPs. And so we built a little website to help them to do that. And well, it's all over the news right now, because Rusal have started fighting back. And they're trying to keep it out of the next sanctions package. And you can imagine that, you know, they came back with some narratives about how it was really both super important and absolutely insignificant at the same time, because, you know, they do love a contradiction. And well, as you can imagine, we're now into the shredding of Russian narratives part of the process. And had they kept their mouths shut and just, you know, quietly paid off some people in the background, they probably wouldn't be here. But here we are now with, well, more and more press getting on it. Kyiv Independent did a article on it yesterday. And, well, yeah, it seems to have grown legs and started running all by itself at this point. And we're just like trying to keep up and going, wow, look at this. And it is really nice, actually, that the journalists are now using our research and our talking points in order to push back against Russia's nonsense. So, yeah, sanctions, we might just be able to, you know, provide something for you to enjoy in the very near future. If not this one, definitely the next one.
Well, and then also there was that statement that, you know, in response to the drone in Romania, that the EU would be, you know, hitting them with more sanctions. So it's nice to have them, you know, gift wrapped a new idea of a new thing that they could sanction, just hand it over to them of this is what you can do, and here's a perfect reason, a perfect opportunity to do it.
Absolutely. It all seems to have just come up all at the same time. And the very fact that, you know, Russia themselves, you know, the Rusal, the company, have started sort of whining about it and saying, oh, well, it's nothing, but it will affect the Irish electricity grid if we stop paying into it. If we stop giving them some of our excess energy and stuff like that. And when we looked, it's actually that what they're talking about there. Yes, they do, but it's actually piffling compared to what really, you know, that they use. In fact, the UK provides like a ridiculous amount more than this factory. So yeah, the excuses that they've been using are just so very easily debunked. And yet we have the Taoiseach, the PM, Michael Martin, and one of the MEPs, the one that dared put his head above the parapet, Barry Andrews, literally repeating the Russian narratives and getting them absolutely flogged in the press. So look at us. We're making a sanction happen. And I really think that, you know, we might actually do it. So it's, you know, just purely to make you happy, Prune, obviously.
I do love sanctions. Sanctioning Russia is my love language. Do it. Sanction them again. Just when you think you're done, sanction them again. It's like grounding them.
Getting back to that corner. Yes, exactly. And I do feel like this one might have quite an impact just because they started whining about it. And it's like, oh, you don't like the idea of that, do you not? Well, in that case, we need to do that all the more, don't we? Because if they don't like it, that means it actually means something and it's actually going to hurt. So let's make sure that we really do double down on this and get it done. So, yeah, I'm very excited. Now, I appreciate it is now 4 a.m. for Prune, and it's time for me to do the numbers. So, if you want to slink off, Prune, you are allowed. Don't you worry about that. I'm going to do the numbers, and we'll go through a few other things because oh boy, there's been things happening, and there's some very unhappy Russians for some reason. Can't imagine why. So the numbers this morning contain another record, would you believe? Because, Ukraine isn't just satisfied with doing a record yesterday. They thought they'd smash it today. And smash is absolutely what they've been doing to Russian logistics. Do you like how I tied all that together? That was beautiful. So let's do these numbers. I've got a fanboy in the back office here as well, telling me that you do the best research, Prune. So there you go. That's lovely. It's always nice to have a fan.
Thank you.
And I have to agree. I do appreciate your research and the sense of humour that comes with it, because, that you got to have a laugh. Everything's so horrific that if you don't laugh, where the hell are we, hey? So here we go with the numbers. We have, and oh boy, the personnel numbers have gone up quite a lot. So 1,560 liquidated personnel. And, not all of these guys are dead, but quite a few of them will now be part of the Crutches Brigade, I guess, which are next to ineffective. We have 2 tanks. That would be 2 more tanks than they had in the parade in Moscow. Indeed. 14 armoured combat vehicles. Now, that's quite a few, actually. And I think these armoured vehicles were probably nowhere near the front. I think they were probably on rear logistics roads. And, we did see a couple of them, actually, get taken out by drones. My very favourite video from yesterday was the guy who was trying to protect his logistics truck from a drone using a stick. He threw a stick at a drone to try and bring it down. And I mean, had he been a better shot, it might have worked. But where's that man's weapon? He's a soldier. Where was his weapon? Do they not issue people with rifles anymore in case they turn them on their, leaders? I feel as though that man should have probably had a weapon, being in the army and all. But here we are. So that's fun. 57 artillery systems. Again, Russia taking a bit of a smacking there. What's this? More. 6 MLRS. Do you feel as though Ukraine's sort of fallen into a rhythm of absolutely smacking the pants off Russia at this point? Because I can see that these numbers sort of bear that out. 1 more air defence system, which is always fun, isn't it, to watch those get taken out. And here we go. We have a record. Ding, ding. And it's a lot. It's 524 vehicles and fuel tanks, because bloody hell. It would appear that your logistics now belong to us. It is basically what Ukraine have said, and we're going to blow them all up. So sorry about that, but not sorry. And so, yes, lots of logistics vehicles and fuel tankers just not making it anymore, not getting anywhere. And we've seen now quite a few videos of these highways just absolutely littered with vehicles and those, fuel trucks, the capsule sort of tanker trucks that are just sat at the side of the highway, absolutely burned out. And I've got to say that is probably contributing to some real problems, not only in Crimea, because, Crimea is obviously affected because they've got no gasoline, it would appear, and the Zaporizhia front. And we'll talk about that in a short moment. So 3 special equipment, always love a bit of special equipment. We have, in the way of drones, 1,894 drones, UAVs. However, it's still not past that 2,000 mark, is it? Even though Russia's been like, we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And have you not seen us swinging our balls around? And, they still seem to be a little bit falling short, don't they? And 19 ground robotic complexes, which is a heck of a lot. So I guess Russia isn't sneaking those through past anybody anymore either. So excellent numbers there. And then what do we have here? We have, there is still a suggestion that Russia might be doing a big attack at some point, possibly today, because, symbolic, it's Kyiv Day, isn't it? And I can imagine that the Russians would probably want to do that, rain on your parade, as it were, considering their own parade was so very lackluster. So we have the following for now. 229 drones, UAVs, no missiles. Remember yesterday, the 2 missiles that got through, one of which was a ballistic, fell short, didn't actually hit their targets. And, well, I wonder if Ukraine is trying out some new and interesting techniques. I mean, we know they've got a system that can pretty much jam everything, and has been very effective against some Russian missiles. We also know that some Russian missiles just don't reach their target because they're shit. They're made from maybe defective parts or stuff like that, I don't know what combination of things happened for those 2 missiles yesterday to go astray, but I would say that is a bit of a metaphor for how Russia's doing. There's a certain amount of impotence, that one, limpness of their attacks these days, that it's more of a tantrum than a well thought out, and planned attack. They're just hospitals, schools. It's all just for maximum, public terror. That's the word. So anyway, 229 drones in total. I'll get to the point eventually. Some of these were jet drones, of course, and they came from all sorts of areas. If I list them all, we'll be here all week. So preliminary data says that 212 were shot down or suppressed. So what does that leave us with? That leaves us with 17. Now, 14 were recorded hitting 11 locations, as well as the fall of downed fragments in 5 further locations. But of course, the attack continues. Now, this was 8:30, so that would have been 6:30. That would have been 2.5 hours ago. So it's every possibility that has now been completed. But I do hear from Sean Pinner this morning that they're basically just continuing on with, attacks. They're not stopping at this point. And I think he was just saying that sort of every hour, lots of steady drones coming over the past 48 hours, as though they're building up to something. They're trying to sort of relentlessly bombard the air defense so that they can then perhaps squeeze some missiles through. We'll see. But I would imagine today is probably one of those days where they think that, it would be a good idea to do something like that, because it is Kyiv Day and they love a bit of symbolism, don't they? The effing bar stewards. So, yeah, we'll see. So, Firefella, hiya. I just thought I'd say hi to you while we're here.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, but I'm not one to get in the way of 2 ladies having an absolutely excellent chinwag about the woes in Russia. I'm just listening quietly and contently and just enjoying it. There is just one thing I'd like to ask Bruna, if she's still here. I can't see the screen at the moment. But what's the inflation rate in Russia at the moment?
Oh dear. The official one, might be 5 something. But it was one thing that interestingly came up, that they've kept trying to lower the deposit rates, as they've been lowering the key rate. And recently, and people keep pulling their money out of the banks. And VTB recently announced that they were increasing their deposit rates, going the other direction, up to 14%. So, I would say that actual inflation is still in the double digits. There are very few things that aren't climbing that way, that they aren't messing with. So yeah, I'd say it's probably 13, 14% probably, as a guess. But they'll say that it's something like 6 or less right now. But I think everybody knows that there's official inflation and then there's other inflation. And I think inflation expectations, which is that survey that the Russian central bank uses, I think it's climbing again. And I made a note of it, that it was climbing again, even though we're entering the time period where historically they expect for food prices to be going down because of the harvest coming in. But they're not, they're going the other direction. So things are not good, and people are switching. You'll see things, everybody's optimizing, and people are switching to economy mode and austerity measures, and even businesses that were like budget type businesses that offered cheaper lines, even they are going under. So it's not good.
And it's going to get worse.
Absolutely.
There you go, Marcus. Where would you like to go now, sweet?
Well, Zaporizhia, although I probably don't want to actually go to Zaporizhia, personally, but
I
we
want
do
to go to
see.
Zaporizhia.
Well, I know you want to visit the nuns, but let's just say the occupied part of Zaporizhia. There does appear to be a suggestion that the occupied part of Zaporizhia is, going to fall to Ukrainian attacks. Shall we just say that there is definitely a real lack of stuff for them now. All their logistics are absolutely wrecked. The Russians are complaining that they're about to collapse in Zaporizhia, in the occupied part there. And, keep an eye out, because it's not so much that the Ukrainians are pushing forward with a huge attack. It's that the Russians are just falling off, and they're going to do a huge retreat and just, leave Ukraine to walk into the space and say, thanks very much for giving us some of our country back. That's nice. You see, you've got to sort of encourage them to no longer want to be there anymore. And if they can't get anything to support themselves in the way of logistics, they will indeed find themselves wanting to just, go a bit closer to home to figure those things out. And yes, I feel as though, this is a really interesting thing to watch. So keep your eye on the occupied part of Zaporizhia, because you may find that in the very near future, the Russians just decide that it's not worth being there anymore. And that would be nice, wouldn't it? There's another area.
Marcos?
Oh, yes, go on, darling.
I add something to that, actually. And all I'm going to add to that is just a little point of reference. The nuns that we always talk about, the dear Brazilian sisters. I have to find out the third one's name because I can't remember it. But there is Sister Lucia, who we talk about all the time, and Sister Bernadette, who is also there. In September, it was September of 2024 when Gina was there. It was about 35 kilometers to the front line. It is now about 12. And so, yeah, Russia was, please push that line back again, push it way back, way further back, because it has been getting closer, and it's been more and more dangerous for the entire city of Zaporizhia. And it makes the need of those people around the front so much more. If you think about it, with that kind of progress, people that the sisters were helping close to the occupied areas became the occupied areas, and it would be very nice for them to be unoccupied again, because those people don't deserve to be under occupation.
I'd like to add something too. There are a few videos of the Baltitska. I'm awful at these names, but the so-called head of the Zaporizhia region, the Russian occupying head. If you look his name up on my Twitter, where I've got quotes from this guy, he's on camera talking about some of the abuse this is the stuff that he admits to on camera that they've done to the Ukrainian civilians in that region. I mean, he fully admits to brutally beating these people and kicking them out of their home and walking them to the border. And that's assuming they even did that, instead of just, killing them and stealing their homes. But he admits on camera some of the stuff that he's done. And then he went and had, I wrote about this also, that still blows my mind. He went and had a meeting with Putin and was talking about building a resort in the Zaporizhia region. And I wrote a thread about it, and it should still be up there on Twitter, where, I mean, it sounded to me, if you put the story together, that he was talking about it seemed very likely that he was thinking about using POWs to build this resort in the Zaporizhia region. I mean, it is horrific. And I mean, the stuff that he admits to on camera is horrific. So, I mean, if there's, a list of people you put together that needs to be tried for crimes, he needs to be at the top of the list. I mean, just awful things.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there is somewhere else that is, the Russians feel as though they might also have to leave. Bear with me 1 second while I just, there we go. Right, okay, sorry. I just had to sort something out there. So, amid the ongoing defeats for the Russian military, and the very fact that, Maya Sandu, she doesn't make headlines a lot, she just quietly just doing her thing over there, and yet causing the Russians nothing but trouble, and just quietly just doing things which are making them feel very unwelcome in the part of Moldova which they, insist on calling Transnistria. She's just started calling it Moldova now, as though she's like, oh, by the way, we've just decided to mentally take this back, and you can't do nothing about it. And it would seem that the Russians are getting the idea. You see, some time ago, she said, okay, you want to be a separate area, do you? Well, in that case, we won't pay for anything. that you have. Feel free to be separate and cut off from the rest of the country. And that sort of became a problem for them, that they then had all sorts of issues. And there was an awful lot of stuff that they wanted to take in and out of there, which they then couldn't, like military stuff. And she basically just embargoed them and just said, sort yourselves out. If Russia loves you so much, they'll support you. And Russia doesn't have the money to support them, so quite clearly didn't. And it would appear that some Russians are now actually stating that they want to voluntarily leave Transnistria entirely. And, that this is the sort of thing you have to do. You just have to make it so bothersome for them to be somewhere that they will leave. And, make it seem as though it's their decision. They're, we're making this decision for ourselves because we didn't want to be here anyway. A bit like the orange guy when he said, I didn't want my name on that building anyway. I don't even like the place. You got to sort of like make them think that they've made this decision, and then they can sort of like, claim it was all our idea. Yeah, that's right. We didn't want to be there anyway. It smells. And this appears to be what's happening. So Russians are now saying it's time to voluntarily leave Transnistria before the humiliation of the spectacle of a forceful takeover reaches them, because they realize that they're out on a limb there and nobody's coming to help them, and they will just be, told to get out at some point. And, Ukraine has even offered, I believe, to help them leave if Moldova wishes for some assistance over there. Now, I don't think Maya Sandu needs the assistance. I think, she's got this. She's got this. And I'm really pleased with how she's conducted herself and all of this. I mean, she's had a lot of help, but she's not gone screaming and shouting in the news. She's not made threats or anything like that. She's just quietly got on with things. And I have so much respect for her. So one Russian military blogger further says that the Russian army will likely have to be withdrawn, only allowed to leave, however, without any weapons. And the leadership of Transnistria will be forced to face trial in Moldova. I mean, whether this happens or not, we'll see. But this is what they're now sort of coming to the conclusion of. And, this is the sort of morale that we need to encourage in occupied territories of Ukraine as well. But here we go. This is from Russian Tarantas, apparently. He writes about Transnistria rather a lot, according to this. So, it's easier to leave Transnistria before the humiliating spectacle of a forceful demonstrative takeover of a Russian republic by the Romanians occurs. Because, Romania, very good friends with Moldova, quite happy to support them in lots of things, including regaining their sovereignty. I don't know whether they would actually run in and throw them out, but, one can always hope, can't we? Anyway, the Russians believe it, so that's enough for me. So some believe that Transnistria will resist much in the same way as Karabakh, as in most will flee. Everyone has 3 or 4 passports because, this is just what they do. They have a whole host of passports, like a flipping international spy, so they can just bugger off to somewhere else. And they absolutely should. Preferably Russia. No one in their right mind would want to repeat the earthly ordeal of the Donbass with its year-long marinade of pressing you to your heart but sending you to hell. Well, I suppose he's got a point there. Again, nobody promised Transnistria anything except passports. Oh, well, there you go. There's a perfectly good reason to piss off then, hey? And a Russian passport in the centre of Europe right now is a real black mark. Yes, it is. We hate you. We hate you. Go home. The army will be withdrawn in the most simplified form, without any weapons. Aww. And the leadership will be transported from Bucharest to Chisinau for trial. Forgive the cynicism. Incidentally, the unknown drone that crashed in Romania came from Gleiwitz. Now, is that somewhere in Transnistria? I'm just asking questions. So, yeah, also, the author of this, he is, he's a mustachioed, balding man, this Russian Tarantas guy, and there's a picture of him sat at a table with Putin himself and a few others. So it would appear that this guy, I'll just retweeted that for you to see what I mean. It would appear that this guy is quite sort of within the inner circle, otherwise he wouldn't have been at that table at all. Yeah, I feel as though this guy might have a point, and off you pop. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Feel free to sod off. Lexicon.
Hiya. Good morning. Yeah, well, that would be very, very nice. Of course, they'd have to go without their weapons. What are they thinking? Can't imagine what shape their weapons are in by now. But in the same vein, but a little more horrific, have you already read the moanings of a mill blogger who said, just going back to where you were a few minutes ago, Zaporizhia, who says that it's very likely Russia will end up ceding, they'll have to give up the Zaporizhia power plant. And if that's the case, then Russia should just dismantle, take apart, totally destroy all of Ukraine's nuclear power facilities. It's a lot of bravado, but a little nasty. But did you read that already? Because that was just yesterday. He's very depressed. He's dismayed about it.
Was this Medvedev, did you say?
No, I didn't see that it was him, and I realized I was just kind of reading through. Was it
Medvedev
him?
was having a bit of a good old shout about destroying the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, but he was trying to put it on Ukraine and saying that Ukraine was about to destroy the nuclear power plant.
No, this was more a mill blogger saying, well, it looks very likely that they will just end up losing it because as the shape in which Ukraine is moving now, they will have no choice. In fact, I must have reposted it this morning because I said this is the dog in the manger story. I can't have it, so you can't have it either. So they'll just wreck all of them, which, good luck to them. I don't think that they're in a position these days to wreck absolutely whatever they feel like. But anyway, it isn't as if Ukraine hasn't thought of this. But no, I just am happy to see Russians contemplating the likelihood that they are going to have to get out of some of these dearly held possessions, riches. I mean, the thing is, Transnistria is not just a corner. I mean, it's the place where the electricity production plant is. They've got that other side of the Dniester, which was once the border with Ukraine, of course, and it's got the production facilities that Moldova needs. So it will be really important to get them out of there.
Absolutely. And yes, it is Medvedev yelling, actually. I've just looked it up on your profile here. And basically, the Russian logistics are being cut so heavily in the south that the Zaporizhia area is indeed under an awful lot of stress. And they are finally coming to the, conclusion that they're not going to be able to hold the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Now, talking about, it's being destroyed and what have you, they've already done an awful lot of damage to this plant. And something tells me that they will leave it in a semi-critical condition just because of the, just general terrible management that they've been doing there. And knowing them, that they will, like, you know, pull out at the very last second before there's some sort of terrible thing happens and Ukraine will be forced to rush in and try and fix things. That seems to be what they're sort of gearing up towards doing, and then blaming it on Ukraine and saying, well, Ukraine shouldn't have, you know, bothered us in the first place. So Medvedev then, you know, decided that he would expand that and threaten all the nuclear power plants in Ukraine and just say, well, we'll blow them all up because we can't have this one. So, yeah, it's very much like you say, if we can't have it, nobody can have it, and we'll take all the rest with us while we're going in a big tantrum. So what we need to remember here is that this is a narrative that they use, and it's mainly aimed at not Ukraine, but Western people, you know, us. And it's mainly to try and make us panic and go, oh, Ukraine, please don't, nuclear power. And Ukraine's like, look, we survived Chernobyl and we will survive whatever Russia throws at us because, you know, we're currently being absolutely bombarded by Russia. And unless you are currently being bombed, you don't get a vote in this. You don't get to say, I'm sorry, but stay out of this conversation. We will deal with this nonsense. And I think, you know, that's exactly where we have to be. We have to be standing behind Ukraine saying, you go ahead and do what you feel is necessary at this point, because, you know, it is your country that would be affected. So we do kind of have to just keep our fucking faces out of it. Zaporizhia is way over there. It's not directly next to any borders of Ukraine. It's not like something that would immediately affect a neighbouring country apart from Russia. So, you know, I think we need to keep our actual noses out of it and just trust Ukraine to do whatever it is that they need to do to regain control. And yes, it might come with a bit of panic and, you know, excitement, shall we say. But we need to just not panic and not get excited and just keep calm and let Ukraine do whatever it is they need to do. They're not crazy. They're not stupid. They know what they're doing with nuclear power, probably better than quite a lot of us. So, you know, let's trust them, because every time we've, you know, oh, they can't do that, oh, they won't be able to do that, oh, this, you know, they're going to need our help to do. No, they've done it themselves. And why? Because we're not very reliable as friends. I mean, you know, we do things, we do help, but we haven't helped them smash the absolute crap out of Russia yet, have we? And the only reason this has gone on for so many years is because we haven't. Because we've hung back and we've said, oh, you know, we'll let you do all the fighting. Sorry about this, but we can't really get involved because, you know, technically not our war. Technically not our war, even though, you know, we too are under attack, quite clearly, even if it is mainly through hybrid warfare. Is that what they call it these days? But, you know, our very governments are under attack, our political systems, our way of life. You know, if you're in Finland, your water systems are literally under attack. You know, Russia is really trying to cause us all to go to war with it. So they've got a good excuse to say, oh, look, everybody attacked us and now we can go home. And if only we would give them that excuse. Oh, we were just overwhelmed by the entirety of NATO. But we're so scared that they're going to throw a nuclear weapon. They don't want that. They actually want us to say, right, we've had enough now, we're putting our foot down, so that they can say, oh, thank God for that, we can stop. Now we can say, everybody attacked us and we were so overwhelmed, we can't fight 10 countries at once. It was totally not our fault. We'll go home. The problem is, they don't want to admit it was Ukraine and Ukraine alone that absolutely smashed the pants off them. So this is why it's taking them so long to come to the conclusion. And it is right and it is justice that Ukraine alone does take them out and receive the recognition for it. But the very fact that Russia don't want that and can't sort of accept that means that this will go on until they are absolutely unable to do anything anymore, which is why it's taking so damn long. And if we'd only got involved from the beginning, we wouldn't be here. There would be so many Ukrainians who would still be alive. There would be so many hospitals that weren't bombed. And hindsight is a beautiful thing, but, if not yesterday, why not today? And you have to excuse me, but I have a bit of a soapbox moment at all of this.
Stuff needs to be said, Mockers. So I'm glad you said it because I would have said it as well. So we just need to back off and trust the AFU. And trust the Ukrainian state, actually, because from what I'm seeing, they're doing a bloody good job. So there was a question about Transnistria. How many Vatniks are there and how are they going to get out?
Well, Moldova have said you're free to leave, but you can't leave mob-handed with all your weapons and, your whatever you want to take with you. Literally, pack a suitcase with your clothes and piss off. So they've said, feel free to leave, but you leave with your regular stuff and you can't take all your equipment with you. You can just get on a plane and go back to Russia. So that's how they would get out.
All right. And is Russia sending planes? Because I very much doubt they've got them. And,
no, but that there is opportunities for them to probably fly to Turkey or Georgia or somewhere like that. Yeah.
Understood. Okay. So they've left them a way out, is what I'm trying to get to. And they're just saying, enough's enough, people. Just pack your bags and Foxtrot Oscar. Yeah?
Yeah, it's a little bit like the Kerch Bridge, except not a physical item. There is a bridge for them to leave. They just need to want to. And I think that they are preparing to perhaps leave. And maybe Kaliningrad as well will be one of those places that they will eventually leave, of their own volition, because suddenly things just aren't working out for them anymore. I do feel as though that sort of thing is going to eventually happen, but only because of Ukraine's efforts. Only because of Ukraine's efforts, and not because of us doing anything properly to help them. Now, let me just give you a quick reminder. Ukrainian strikes on Russian territory proper are not attacks. They're not escalation. They're not really even retaliation, while still an acceptable term. That does not accurately describe what Ukraine is doing. This is best described as defense. Defensive actions, defensive measures, defensive operations, and deterrence. That thing that we never did. Deterrence. Because deterrence only works if you're prepared to back it up with the, intestinal fortitude to punch back. And it would appear that the rest of us are just not. Very disappointing, I must admit. Very disappointing. Contrasting Russia's actions that can only be described as attacks and aggression, none of their strikes are retaliation against a nation that they invaded and is exercising its right to defend itself from an unprovoked war of aggression by its neighbour. So, let us be very clear with our language, because language does matter. So when people say Ukraine attacked Russia, no, Ukraine defended itself against Russian attacks. And, we can be a bit pedantic, but it's important. It's very important that we are a bit pedantic about this, because this ought to be, repeated over and over again. These are kinetic sanctions to enable Ukraine to defend itself, because we sure aren't doing enough. And, you know, if we're not prepared to do it, we can't criticize Ukraine when they are prepared to do it. We just need to get out of their way. So, yeah, just on my way to, you know, put the world to rights, I need to say these sorts of things as well. Now, I did have a little story here from Senator Mark Kelly, and I thought this was quite fun and a little bit illuminating on just exactly who the Russians are. And, you know, we know this really, but sometimes it bears repeating because we forget. And so here we go. Senator Mark Kelly spent 15 years working with Russian cosmonauts, and it took him 5 years to understand exactly what motivated them. And he says, number one, the appearance that they're in charge of something and it's all going fine. Haven't we seen that played out over and over again on the battlefield, where they claim something, you know, oh yes, we've done this and it's all fine. And look, we'll just draw a map to, you know, to show what we're pretending to say. And it will, oh goodness me, sorry, I've got milk out and I just turned around and I've got the milk patrol stood behind me here giving me the eye. Yes, go on then, you can have some too. So, where was that? Oh, yes. So, yeah, this sort of pretense that everything is totally under control, just don't look over there, you know. We see an awful lot of that going around, don't we? And it's very, very typically Russian, that. Number two, who to blame when something goes wrong? So they will always have a narrative set up ready, you know, a blame, a person or a thing ready to blame the minute something goes wrong. And well, we see that, don't we? They are the master of blame game and excuses. And well, it wasn't our fault because, and it quite clearly was their fault every time. So there's that, somebody to blame. Three, what can they steal? What could they steal without being caught out immediately? So if there's something that could be stolen without it really being noticeable immediately and blamed on them, obviously, then, you know, there's that as well. That's the next thing in line. So number one, pretend everything's fine. Number two, have somebody lined up to blame just in case everything isn't fine. And number three, is there something I can steal while we're at it? You know, just as though, you know, it's kind of like me when I walk into the kitchen. Is there something I can snack on? You know, it's kind of that constant question that's in the back of your head. So only four, only last in this list comes mission success. Because, I mean, who cares about that if, you know, if all the other things sorted out? I suppose if we get all those other three things in line, then maybe we can think about mission success. Yeah. And he speaks about the Ukrainians who are motivated immediately by the mission. And nothing else matters as long as the mission is successful. I mean, you know, all other things can be worked out as long as the mission itself is carried out successfully. And that's the difference. That Russians have all these other priorities born out from just the very selfish and self-centered way that they've been sort of taught from birth. So Ukrainians, as most Americans, I say most Americans because, you know, we've got a particularly bad example going on at the moment, and British generally want their organisation to be successful. They want their country to be successful. The British Army, for example, want to be successful. They don't want to see what they can steal from, you know, the storage before they think about mission success. No, they would rather save their lives and their compatriots and carry out the mission properly. Sorry, the noise in the background is the cat who has found a paper bag and is now digging her way into it. So
leaving the telly alone today, though.
Well, this is Kalina. This is the little brown one, and she has a thing for paper bags. Yeah, she's not a television climber.
No,
she
totally understandable.
Yeah,
totally understandable. Crack on.
So he said, the British Army, the US Navy, NASA, all of these, they put the mission first, you know, but working with Russian cosmonauts, and this is dozens of people that he knew well and he worked with on a daily basis. At the top of their list, the only thing they really cared about was perception. Were they perceived to be doing a good job? Did everything look calm and fine on the outside? Whether it was actually the case or not, you know, didn't matter. But did it look okay? Could they paint over the cracks and it be, you know, pass inspection, that sort of thing? So not mission success, not whether they were actually really in charge of the problems or what was going on. None of that mattered. Mission success wasn't even number 2 on their list. Number 2 was this blame. Who can we blame if something goes wrong? They have a position in their mission and control center, which is basically this person is named mistakes officer. That's right. Yes, not you know. Not a command or anything like that. No, a mistakes officer.
No, so get out of here. That's not real. Really?
Yeah. So when a Russian cosmonaut makes a mistake, this person keeps track of it. This is their unofficial name, I would say. But this person keeps track of it and docks their pay for any mistakes that they make, which is why they don't like to admit them, because they might have their pay docked. Now, after all this nonsense, there is also the what am I going to steal from my employer today sort of it's sort of bred into them. It's a mindset, you know? What are we going to steal today from our employer without being found out? And it is sort of something that they all seem to want to do all the time. And he said they would talk about this very openly. And there is a saying in Russian that if you didn't steal something at work that day, you didn't have a good day. So you can imagine that this mindset, if this, like, you know, perpetuates throughout the entire the population, no bloody wonder they don't get things done. So he goes on to say, for us, and I think everyone, you know, who's listening right now to him, mission success is the thing that matters. But for Russians, it was so far down on their list that, you know, incompetence was basically baked in. So it's entirely plausible, isn't it, that this is a very accurate statement, a very accurate assessment on his behalf. And their culture is a very important factor, and a big part of their culture is theft, apparently. So,
Markers, did you see that story a few days ago that I had posted about the Russian at the airport in Vietnam?
Oh, please tell me. No, I probably didn't get a chance to see that. I've been too busy illuminating.
This it was a few days ago. I thought it was so funny because of the way that it was phrased. But I guess this Russian had been flying in from Thailand to Vietnam, and he was stealing people's suitcases off of the rack and then immediately putting them on the plane and flying them back to Thailand. And he'd been running this racket of stealing these suitcases from the airport and then turning back. And he got caught. But the thing that cracked me up was the way it was described. It was described as a cunning scheme. It was almost like they were proud of it. This cunning scheme to fly in from Thailand to Vietnam and steal people's suitcases there at the airport and then turn around and immediately fly back out. A cunning plan.
Well, they are kind of proud of this sort of thing, aren't they? It does give them a lot of pride. I remember when they poisoned the Skripals in the UK and, obviously got out of the country. And they basically went on the TV and they were like, no, we were just, visiting the cathedral. And, they had that smirk on their faces that you could quite clearly see that they were really proud of themselves, that they'd managed to do this. And then we're just telling baseless lies on the TV. And, everyone seemed to be really sort of slapping them on the back and congratulating them for a job well done, while also being able to brag about the fact that they'd done something horrific on, another nation's territory and gotten away with it. So, yeah, they are very proud of this culture. It's pretty disgusting. Richard, I see your hand up there.
Good morning, mockers. Sorry for the week of trying to get on but not being able to. I think old Elmo is fully neglecting Android users, and I honestly don't know how your space operates when it takes almost a week to try and get up to speak or even open the app of various parts. It's an absolute shit show. And I don't want to be driven to... Do you have an iPhone, mockers?
No, I don't.
You have Android as well?
I'm running on pure stubbornness and bloody-mindedness. Yeah. And what I found is that after about a week, I have to completely reinstall the app.
Yeah, it's crazy. And every day you get a new update, apparently, that you have to install because the old one doesn't work. Anyway, I'm here now. And I wanted to say, did you see, by any chance, our completely unjammable drone that goes so deep and hard into Russia that it's destroying all of their logistics?
With glee, Richard, with glee. And just on the X thing, when you come on X, clear the cache every time you come on. It does help, fella. All right? But yes.
As in into the kind of app settings or something like that?
Yes, go into X in the apps, clear cache, and then do it. It really does help. But yes, tell us about your unjammable drones, because we're loving it.
Yeah. So what's kind of cool is I couldn't show it for a very long time because we didn't want to give too much away. But we now have a new thing that, wasn't shown in that video that I'm not going to talk about that goes even further, which means I can show you the stuff that we had been doing for the past few months, which is these awesome Starlink Mini, completely unjammable drones. The only terrifying thing is that it took a German and an Italian to come up with it. As everyone we were working with in some of the best brigades of the military were going, we haven't exactly figured this out yet. And amazingly, just 2 foreign volunteers were like, yeah, okay, we can figure this out. One of them's a hardware engineer and the other one's just our stubborn German Tim. And they worked through the nights for a couple of months, and we figured it all out, and now we have had successful confirmed combat hits well deep inside of Russia. So very cool. We're going over 50 kilometers now with these one-way kamikaze Starlink drones.
Excellent. But in that the way, Richard, you put a load of motivated people in the room and say, this is the problem, and they'll go, yeah, we can sort that. And lo and behold, you get a drone that does what you need it to do, which I think is fantastic. Yeah. It's the power of this.
I think that's one thing that this is why volunteers will always be so essential in the war effort out here, is because we're motivated just by getting it right. So we don't need to, come in 9 to 5. It's like, no, we're just going to keep working until we've figured out the problem. And that's our kind of excitement and joy going, yeah, we did it. We managed to figure it out. And we'll just give every hour for free until we do it. But honestly, the volunteers that are with us at the moment, just incredible people, incredibly smart. And yeah, for once we've actually needed kind of technical expertise of hardware engineers, design engineers to actually get this thing Up and running. The hardest part is actually the software engineering side, because you have to build an entire back end just so that the Russians don't remotely hack into your internet connected drone, take it over and fly it back to your guys. So that's actually the most difficult thing, which not the average person can figure out.
But Richard, don't you find that? So the trick in all this is there's a load of noise about all these sorts of things, and there are a massive bit of noise. But the trick, and Ukrainians do it really well, is listening now and again. They're going, "What did you say? Yeah, fine. Run with that, and we'll see where it goes us." I think that's the trick in all this. Am I wrong?
Listening to what exactly, in terms of what the soldiers need, or?
No. So what the soldiers need, but somebody saying, "I can help you with that," and Ukrainians go, "Okay, fine, crack on," and it happens.
Yeah, I mean, very fortunately, we've built up the relationship with these military brigades over the years. Now they know anytime they're stuck on something, they just call us and say, "Hey, you're the crazy foreigners that just figure out all the problems, right? So can you please work on this for a little bit?" And we go, "Sure, why not?" And what's very cool is then, therefore, they give us access, and we get to see all of the cool new stuff on their side too. Because it's like cross sharing. They help us with some stuff. Actually, they help us with a lot of stuff, and we help them in return. But yeah, it's really nice, and I think it's like a nice warming feeling for them, knowing they've got us as a support team that they can always kind of reach out to and say, "Hey, how do you do this?" And we're available if it's 2 a.m, or as Tim had a call from the front lines last week, where they were like, "Shit, how do we quickly do this software update in the middle of a field? How do we do this little bit of tuning to get it actually working?" And Tim freaking out, running around the factory going, "Quick, we got to do it now. We've got to help them now immediately," because they were in their frontline position and knew they could pick up the phone to Tim and say, "Hey, bud, need a little bit of your help on this repeater." Yeah, very cool, but a crazy, crazy world that we're now living in. Volunteer world that we're living in now. And yeah, 4 years later, still here. And German Tim, he only came out, I think, 6 months after me or so. So he's at his 3.5 year mark. And everyone still thinks we're a little bit mental.
Yeah, to be fair, Richard, you are a bit mental, but I love you being mental, mate. Crack on with that. It's just the way you got to be. Sorry, Mockers, go ahead.
But it shows international teamwork at every level, doesn't it? From sanctions and EU packages to some guy on the ground figuring something out at 3 a.m.
I want to. We have a super super cool new Shahed interceptor, which I'm not going to show publicly, but Mockers, I'm going to send it to you just because it looks so friggin' cool. And I really want to share it on the internet, but I'm holding back because I don't want to give stuff away, because this is stuff that the Russians could actually copy. They can't copy our Starlink stuff, but they can definitely copy our interceptor design. And yeah, I'm going to keep it private for now. But it's cool. Our new Starlink, our new Shahed interceptor is a third of the cost of any other interceptor out there, but does the same speed, stats, everything. We just figured out through aerodynamics how to do it. So I'll share it with you, Mockers, and you can go, "Oh, cool." But I'm keeping it off of Twitter for now.
Thank you. Sorry, I was just sending something in the background to my Illumina team because we've had a very exciting bit of news just now. Prince, I assume this is why your hand is up. Prince, stop sending me messages in the background and speak, or I will.
Dad, I hit the button. Sorry. No, I switched over to Twitter and I see here Sergei Kozlitsnya, and we know him. He's a fabulous guy. He's working in the oh man, I can't think of the name of it right now. But he was the ambassador to the UN for quite a while, and he tweeted about the Illumina today, and I just think that's great. He's talking about how 80% of the Irish-made Illumina went to Russia in the first quarter of this year, and by far the highest amount since Moscow's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, according to the Irish Times, and he's tweeted that out, and he has another tweet on there saying figures check, and then he retweeted another article that I just sent to you from News Talk FM, talking about Ireland is a
Yeah, we
back.
know about that one.
Huh?
We know about that
Okay.
one. We've been talking about that one for 48 hours, darling, about the Russians getting visas
Okay. Sorry.
in Ireland. Yeah.
But yeah, so getting the attention from Sergei Kyslytsya is huge. That's pretty big, Mockers. That's awesome.
That is pretty big, isn't it? Ooh. It. You know, I do wonder if Ireland's going to be forced to put this onto the next, the 21st sanctions package, in order to save face at this point. It really does. Go on.
Here we go. I couldn't remember what he is now. He is the first deputy head of the office of the president of Ukraine. That's it.
Goodness gracious me.
This
escalated quickly, didn't it?
That is his position now. He's one of the people who goes to all of the negotiations or whatever they end up having, with the United States, typically over ending the war. All of those peace negotiations. I know he goes to those too, so I couldn't remember what his position is. But yes, now he is first deputy head of the office of the president of Ukraine. So the president's office is very aware of this now.
How cool is that? Well done, you lot. Top bloody work. Mockers, are we done, or have you got some more?
Well, I did have a couple of things that I wanted to mention, but I'm kind of a bit speechless about how huge that is.
I bet you are.
Yeah.
It's fantastic news.
So I think, we're going to leave it on that.
Can I add a couple more things real quick? Since I'm very rarely here.
Of course you can.
First of all, I'm thinking Monday or Tuesday we'll have a loading thread. Russian Railways loading thread coming up that I know many of you enjoy, so we can see how bad that goes. Although I will reinforce something that I have been saying, that as things get worse, I know we can't trust Russian statistics, but that's probably going to degrade more, because as things get worse, they're going to try and hide it more. So if things look bad, they're probably worse in reality. Tracking the electronic budget, we are over 8 trillion rubles in the federal deficit right now, and that's before the end of the month budget numbers, the end of the month tax receipts come in. Everybody has admitted that the whatever extra oil revenues they've got, it's not enough. Those finally showed up at the end of last month, and we saw that it wasn't enough to stop it, and things continued to deteriorate. When the war broke out with Iran, right before that, the Russian government had been moving towards doing a spring amendment to the 2026 federal budget, because they knew it wasn't going to work. And then they froze like a deer in headlights, wanting to wait and see what happened. Well, now they're sort of coming out of that, and it looks like they're going to try and do a half measure, where basically for the spring they're going to try and amend the budget without doing the paperwork and actually submitting a budget. So that's what's in the news right now. That's what they're talking about, and everybody's realizing we're going to have to make cuts. Because when they go after more taxes, then they find that the businesses start going under. They've sort of hit their limit of what they can take, although they are still trying. So it looks like that's what they're doing right now, and that's what's hitting the news cycles as they keep increasing spending that they need to do. And then although they keep saying, oh, well, we're not going to cut protected programs or whatever, they're cutting health care, they're cutting all that sort of stuff. So the cuts are coming because they can't seem to increase their revenue and they can't seem to stop their spending from increasing. So that seems to be coming right now, but that doesn't mean that like they won't possibly submit another amended budget in the fall. And they tend to submit that budget at the same time that they submit the next year's budget for review. So there may be an actual amended budget and a half measure right now, but right now people are running around and they've come unstuck from those, that moment where they froze to see if maybe something might save them. And Putin took that trip to China. I don't think he really got much out of it. Putin took a trip to Kazakhstan and tried to say that he would build, fund this nuclear power plant in Kazakhstan. But there was also power plants before that, they couldn't get their butt in gear and get built in Kazakhstan. So Kazakhstan said, that's it. We'll do it on our own because you can't deliver. Meanwhile, they're all mad at Armenia. And, when we talk about the stuff about Armenia and Transnistria and people ask about where's the collapse, that's part of the collapse. If everybody's, I hate using that word, but, they're shrinking, they're phantom limbs of where they're going out. It's shrinking. Their power base is shrinking. So that's where we are right now, where we're seeing these budget numbers that are coming in now. They do include those, the money that started last month. We start to see the money come in, finally to hit the federal budgets. We're seeing regional budgets being into a lot of trouble. Regions like Kuzbas is one region to watch because they're sort of the canary in the coal mine because they are the coal mine regions. And when you look where a lot of trouble starts happening, historically for Russia, it often seems to be tied with the Kuzbas coal miners, them striking for Russia historically. So that's a region to watch. We're seeing that for their budget, particularly, they're going into debt and they aren't able to get loans, not even from the government-controlled banks. Because remember, the federal government controls like 70% of all banking in Russia. In the last central bank meeting, the Elvira, the head, admitted to it that they controlled 70% of it. And so even Spearbank, nobody's showing up to give Kuzbas a regional loan. And so we're seeing other regions that are saying, well, we're now pulling money from the Christmas, decoration funds, the holiday funds out of that so that we can try and fill potholes. So we're seeing systematic problems just on the regional level, on the federal level, and they're trying to deal with it. But things are starting to snowball. Now, how fast they snowball, it's tough to say. And I always say that the volatility is the thing to pay attention to, is because as it gets worse, there's less that we can really see with accuracy as they try to hide it. So I say Monday or Tuesday. I'm expecting, as long as the Russian Railways releases the numbers, that I should do the loading thread. Monday I don't think is a federal holiday, but some regions are treating Monday as a holiday. So I don't know if they'll release the numbers Monday or not. But in the very near future, we should see a loading thread and see how much worse things may be getting. But any of the other plans as far as financially to fix Russian railways, those aren't working out, just like I talked about them not being able to sell nationalized properties, those properties that Russian Railways wants to get rid of, like the railway station, like the federal freight, or was it national freight, that freight business they were looking to sell, like the Moscow towers. None of those are selling. They can't find a buyer for it. So I expect things to get worse, but how worse, we'll have to wait and see.
Thank you, Prune. You've just made Mockers a really happy lady. A railway thread coming out from you this week. Top work. Mockers, sorry, go ahead. I think True was next.
So, yes, we have two speakers, and I'll go with True, and then we'll finish with Wadago. So go for it, True.
Yeah, hi guys. So happy to talk and to hear you and see you. I'm I'm a soldier for like 4 months. It will be 4 months a week from now, and I wanted to add when mockers were talking about stealing and stuff. Uh, I'm amazed how cultural is Ukrainian army is in terms of stealing personal stuff. I I've lost my Kindle and I was afraid that it may be stolen, but I found it under my pillow where I somehow misplaced it. And when you are in Ukrainian army. Um, you put your stuff and you take your stuff there where you put it because nobody steals from you, and the whole culture of Ukrainian army fucking amazed me. I'm sorry for swearing. um um i, I did not want I
Did you
did not
just apologise to me for swearing when I swear all the time? My darling,
what.
carry on.
This is the cultural space. I know you. I hear you from when it were the Volta report, I guess. So from the start. Um, so Ukrainian army. I'm not happy with that, but it's so much better. I'm so happy that I'm in the Ukrainian army than I could. I was born in Russia, so if my parents stayed there, I maybe would serve in Russia's army. And it scares. I'm so happy with my place when I'm that I am right now because somehow I was caught by TCK. How do you call them? The corruption centers. Um, and I was put in the National Guard, and I serve uh, 26, I guess, kilometers from my home, and they let me go home sometimes, like once in 2 weeks, and that's so cool. And I meet people that are in the zoo, and I found we have an app that's called Reserve Plus, and I found a vacancy. I'm a user interface designer. I'm not a soldier by the meaning. uh, so I tried to go to the GSU to become a user interface designer because they have a vacancy, but I'm very scared. Um, because if you got there when you're not in National Guard and you're in the real army, not the background forces, uh, it's a bit more scary. Um, okay, I see a hand up, uh, so I'm gonna shut up. If you have any questions, just ask. Yeah, go ahead. Next speaker.
War doggo, go for it, darling. But it's nice to hear though that there is, a culture of things not being stolen. Oh dear, sorry, my cat has just come in and she's bleeding from her face. So let me deal with this while War doggo speaks. Go ahead, darling.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks from Ukraine. And every time people are mentioning the Russian economical problems and all the consequences of the Kyiv in 2-3 days that they were calling in the intention of barbaric, brutal war that they have raged against Ukraine. I ask the same question. Are you sure that in your countries the administrations know what to do when Russia will start collapsing? Is the same question I ask in the beginning of the war. I mean, the war since 2014, but with the full-scale invasion of 2022. Because if there is no strategy what to do when Russia is gonna start collapsing, then you will hear all of those fairy tales about look how many good Russians are there. All the Russians are not the same, and about that, this beautiful Russian culture, and all of this crap that we know already for and hearing for ages, and we have already witnessed the Kyiv chicken speech, because the geopolitical aspect and geopolitical focus was completely was based on the completely wrong calculations and the miscalculations, but the former past administrations, and not having the strategy right now, because we may be discussing in details, and I like all of those beautiful other spaces that are centimeter by centimeter exploring all of the analysis of Russian deep shit. But to be honest, I'm more interested in this kind of strategic thing. Do you actually have the bigger view in the sense of administrations that are, uh, empowered not only to make a support of the current democratic, let's say, fight that Ukraine is conducting, protecting not only Ukraine but also Europe, but also set a strategy. What your long term your government will do when Russia will start falling apart, and when everyone will have to put the efforts in making the nuclear safety and so far and so on. You discussed this for quite a bit of time earlier, and yes, Ukraine has the experience dealing not only with nuclear safety but also mitigating the nuclear disasters that has been made by Russian lack of how to put it around, lack of ingenuity, and lack of how to call it security and safety, mixed up with the intention to finish certain projects, and the huge safety miscalculations, because you need to release the project tied to a certain date. I don't know, another October Revolution or any other bloody massacre celebrated in this Russian shithole. But again, I get back to the same point. Said if you have your contact with your representatives, set the threshold, not only the current level of support, which is very important, and you always have to remind that Ukraine is a fortress, and it makes huge difference who sits in this fortress in a sense of protection of the Europe and global democracy, but also the long term. What we do when Russia will start collapsing, not if, but when Russia will start collapsing, because they set themselves on the path of the collapse since the moment they launched the full-scale invasion in Ukraine in February 24th February. And lack of that strategy at the moment, or when it will be most important, when Russia will start collapsing, will lead to certain, let's feed them, let's bring good Russians, let's bring those good Russians that are now spending a good time in Europe, but those are just a matter of, if you scratch them harder, you will see the same imperialist shit as Russians that are located currently in Russia. That's an important thought in the time when the time is appropriate, meaning of we are not there, but definitely heading there and setting the things right in the strategic perspective, considering that the future will be there. That's quite important. I've been asking this the first days. I'm asking you this still, and same as it's important to support Ukraine survival fight and fighting for the same things that is the security of Europe. There are also quite important strategic questions that needs to be raised as well in parallel, because the time is now. Yeah, that's important. Back to you, Mockers. I hope you managed the mess. In the meantime,
Yeah, she's all right. She just decided to go to sleep on me while I'm trying to sort her out. So she's got a little cut on her face and a little cut on her leg, and one of her claws is all busted. But other than that, she seems fine. So it was probably her sister, to be fair, because she has been annoying her greatly this morning, and that's what you get, isn't it? Yes, yes, you do feel sorry for yourself, don't you? Anyway, True, go ahead, but we really do need to sort of close up because poor Prince Heather is just dying to get on with her life, and she's having to wait for us. So it's very late where
No
she is.
problem. I've got a very short question for War Doggo. Just the insider information, if you can give me, if I would like to go to the ZSU from the National Guard, how risky it is, because
everything is comparable, if that answers your question. Overall, друже, взагалі під транзиції між Збройними
я
силами
знаю,
України
що
і
це
Національною
достатньо
гвардією, це досить...
складно. Excuse me? Мене просто птахи звуть дизайнером, і я боюся, що вони хочуть не дизайнера, а пілота. Я просто ще вмію літати.
Let's align on this in the background offline, because the transition between National Guard of Ukraine and the armed forces of Ukraine are quite complicated. I mean, the overall transition is quite complicated unless you want to break the actual law, but overall, nothing is impossible.
The
And I
transition
believe it's just a matter of...
happen in 6 months. When you serve 6 months, you can be transitioned absolutely legally via even the app.
Yeah, we can discuss that offline. Thanks.
Okay, I follow you.
War Dogger is a very good lad to follow. And thank you very much, everybody, for your contributions today. Prune, if you're still awake, thank you very much for joining us. Lovely to have heard from you.
You're welcome. And everybody, just remember that I do the vast majority of my posting over on Blue Sky. You don't have to have an account because I don't put any blocks on my account. You just have to be able to access the website. But if you're looking for any of my new stuff or any of my in-depth stuff, that's where I am.
And there's an awful lot of cheeky jokes as well, which is the only reason that I absolutely make sure to keep up with what you're posting, because the jokes just write themselves, don't they?
Well, some of the stuff I always say, there's no reason to make anything up. It's ridiculous enough on its own.
It absolutely is. Now, we do need to get out of here, I'm afraid. So I'm going to say goodbye for now. I love you, I mean it. But go on.
Please a second. War Doggo, can you follow me back so I can write you a message? And thanks.
Sure.
Hey, bringing people together. So I love you, I mean it. But I'm going to get out here because Prince needs to go eat her supper before she goes to bed.
Bye.
Absolutely, Mockers. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Prince. Thank you, Prune. It's a privilege to listen to you as usual. Well done. Thank you, War Doggo. Don't forget the fundraisers, people. They still need help with everything. And even though Russia is losing and will lose and will never take Ukraine, we still need to keep the fundraising going. So with that, Slava Ukrainian, Mocker.
Heroam Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smet Varaham.
Smet Varaham. And yes, I agree. Thank you, Prune, very much. It's always good to hear you. And what we have coming up later today and early tomorrow, we have at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 a.m. Kyiv, we have book club, culture and kvetching hour, book club starting. Yeah, that's when book club is. And sorry, and then after that, we have Mockers in Firefella at the regular time, 2 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Kyiv. Maths is not working for me at this point, even though it's only add 3 to this number. That's, of course, Mockers and Firefella. And then after that, starting at 4 a.m. Eastern and 11 a.m. Kyiv, we have Ming and Will. And so that is absolutely wonderful. We will see how that goes. That'll be a really good segment with those two. And that is what we have coming up. So if anyone wants to join us, or please remember to join us. I don't know. Sorry. At this point, I think I'm just going to go ahead and say, Scaropopotamus. We'll see you guys later.
Papachamus.